don't know what that hum is. Here we go again. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Richard S. Chumley Field on the campus of Northwest Whitfield High School in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. We're here today for the Region 7 Quad A Championship Series, an opening doubleheader in this best-of-3 series between the visiting Cass Colonels and the homestanding Northwest Whitfield Bruins. We're going to take our first time out of the evening, and we'll be back to talk about tonight's game right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
As you see there, the Cass Colonels are out on the field taking their pre-game warm-ups, taking a little infield, throwing it around a little bit. Pitchers are getting ready. Northwest has already taken their infield this evening. We're getting set for baseball in the Region 7 Quad A Championship Series. The winner of this series will be the 2013 Region 7 Quad A champion. We want to thank our sponsors for helping us bring you these telecast all season long and throughout the playoffs. 2013 Cass Baseball presented by our local Pepsi distributor, Mountain Dew and Kickstart. They're anchor sponsors for these telecasts. We also want to thank WYXC Radio and the Liberty Tax Service for helping us bring you Cass Baseball all season long and throughout the 2013 playoffs. The Colonels and the Bruins coming into this one. Cass with a 15-8 record, champions of 7 Quad A South subregion, and Northwest Whitfield with a 19-4 record and the champions of the 7 Quad A North subregion. So there's the team records as we come in to this contest here tonight. We want to talk a little bit about how these programs are very similar to one another. The Colonels were last in the state playoffs, and both of these teams, by the way, will be in state playoffs regardless of the outcome of this series. The winner will be the number 1 seed from 7 Quad A. The loser will be the number 2 seed. The last appearance for Cass in the state playoffs was in 2008 in a first-round loss to Oconee County. They went 19-9 that season. The year before, in 2007, the Colonels were 21-9 and lost in the second round to Dunwoody in the state playoffs. The Colonels actually tied for either the third or fourth playoff spot in back-to-back seasons in 2010 and 2011, but lost on a three-way tiebreaker in 2010 and lost on a head-to-head tiebreaker for the fourth spot in 2011. Otherwise, they would have been in the state playoffs those 2 years as well. One of those seasons was a 20-6 record on the year. The Bruins of Coach Todd Middleton are 19-4 on the year. They went 14-1 in 7 Quad A North. They swept every opponent in that subregion: Ridgeland, Heritage of Catoosa, Southeast Whitfield, Dalton, and then they won 2 of 3 against Lafayette as they played those 3-game series in the North subregion, just like the South subregion did, where Cass was involved. The Bruins were 15-11 in 2012. Last year, with an 11-9 region mark, they had a few losing seasons there, 2011 and 2010 at 5-20 and 10-16. They were 13-12 in 2009, 10-16 in 2008. Their last trip to the state playoffs was in 2007. They were 20-10 that year. They defeated Tucker in the first round in 2 straight games, lost to Woodland of Bartow County in 2 straight games in the second round. Of course, Woodland went on and lost in the quarterfinal round the next week to Greenbrier in 2 straight. Northwest was also in the state playoffs in 2005. That was a 21-9 season for the Bruins. They defeated Southwest DeKalb in 3 games in the opening round and then lost in 2 straight to Etowah in the Sweet 16. So very similar histories, recent histories anyway, for these 2 programs, dating back to 2008 for the Colonels for a state playoff berth and back to 2007 for the Bruins, and then each of them having a couple of state playoff appearances in that close succession. We'll take another timeout, and we'll talk about more about tonight's game and about the other region playoff games going on today after these messages.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Our 2 head coaches, Adam Williams and Todd Middleton, meeting with the umpiring crew for tonight's doubleheader. going over the ground rules and exchanging their lineup cards for this game one, as the Colonels are on the road tonight to take on the Bruins in a doubleheader, the first two games of potentially a best-of-3 series for the region championship in 7 Quad A. We're glad you could join us for Cass Baseball, presented by Pepsi, Mountain Dew, and Kickstart. We want to look at the other playoff games going on today. Of course, the Colonels are here at Northwest Whitfield. It's a doubleheader today. The if-needed game would be tomorrow night here at Northwest at 6 p.m. Both of these teams will host the GHSA State Quad A playoff game, a best-of-3 series that will begin on Friday, May the 3rd. The winner of this series will host Grady, the number 4 seed from 6 Quad A. The loser of this series will host Columbia, who will be the number 3 seed from 6 Quad A. The other series, or the other two series that are going on to determine the other two qualifiers from Region 7 Quad A, Dalton is at River Ridge. They actually started last night, ran into late hours in an 11-inning game where River Ridge won 4-3. They did not play Game 2 due to the late hour, and they are playing a doubleheader potentially today to wrap up that series, River Ridge leading it 1-0. The other series is a doubleheader beginning tonight. Just like this one, Cedartown is at Heritage of Catoosa County over in Ringgold. They're playing a doubleheader tonight, and the if-needed game would be on Friday. The teams are making their way out onto the field for the national anthem. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll be back with more on tonight's game right after these messages.
Senor!
Attention, everyone. Our first toast.
No. I am so honored to say a few words about the lovely can. Huh? I mean the couple. You look so delicious. Lean love. Too many more years.
Do we know her?
No.
Diet Pepsi. Love every sip.
Come on, kid. I'm Drew Brees.
And I'm Harry.
Who?
From One Direction. Platinum album.
Dudes, won the Super Bowl.
On the cover.
MVP.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
If you give him the Pepsi, you can be in the band.
Really?
And live while we're young.
Okay, back at Northwest Whitfield High School, Richard S. Chumley Field, the site of the first two games tonight in the Region 7 Quad A Championship Series between the Cass Colonels and the Northwest Whitfield Bruins. Glad you could join us tonight for Cass Baseball, Playoff Baseball, on playonsports.com and the GHSA.TV portal. Back to the playoff picture, the other two series, Dalton and River Ridge and Cedartown and Heritage, playing this week as well. The winners of those series will advance as the number 3 and the number 4 seeds from 7 Quad A, and will face either Marist or Redan. Marist will take on whoever survives as the number 4 seed, and Redan will host the number 3 seed from this region. We're just about set for baseball, so we want to take a look at lineups very quickly. The way Northwest will line up defensively, Terrell, Smith, and Whisenant across the outfield. In the infield, they'll go with Brock at first, Middleton at second, Peralta at short, Hernandez at third. Orozco will do the catching, and Seth Pierce, the left-hander, will be on the mound for the Northwest Bruins. The Colonels will try to find that graphic for you and give you their lineup visually as quickly as we can locate that for you. Give us just a second there. Here we go. There's the cast batting order and positions for tonight. Brandon Etheridge will lead it off in center field. Sam Ayers will be the shortstop, batting second. Chaz Wilson, the catcher, will bat third. Dylan Williams will be on the hill tonight, batting in the cleanup spot. Sam Russell will be the designated hitter. He will hit for second baseman Matt Brown. Alex Yoslin will be the first baseman for the Colonels. Hunter Southern will be at third. Hunter Bennett in left field. And Chris Morton, back in the lineup tonight, will be out in right field. So that's the way the Colonels will line up against Northwest pitcher Seth Pierce. And we are ready for some baseball. Region Championship Series in 7 Quad A. Brandon Etheridge steps in to face Seth Pierce and takes a pitch low for a ball. Etheridge hitting .410 on the year. Tied for the team lead in stolen bases with 14. Next pitch is lined back up the middle for a base hit, and the Colonels are off to a good start behind the stick of Brandon Etheridge. So a good start for the Colonels, a line drive single by Brandon Etheridge right back up the middle, and he stands down at first base as the Colonels shortstop Sam Ayers will step to the plate. Ayers hitting .333 on the year with 18 RBI. And the first pitch he sees is hit high in the air out toward the left field corner, and it's out of play. So a long foul ball on the first pitch to Sam Ayers. So it's been a week since the Colonels last hit the field, and Coach Adam Williams told me today at school he is very excited and his players are ready. They have been anxiously awaiting this opportunity. Cass playing for their first region championship in a long time. And to the best of our knowledge, it goes back to 1980. Breaking pitch down and away. Had Ayers swinging and missing, and he's in a hole, 0-2. And Pierce dropped down a little sidearm on that one. Etheridge taking his lead at first, and he takes off on the pitch. Pitch is outside, and Etheridge is going to be in there safe with the stolen base. So the pitch missed outside. Count goes to 1-2. And Etheridge swipes second base, his 15th stolen base of the year. Breaking ball that's hit hard, fielded over there at third. Now he throws across, and he will get out number one. But Ayers hit it on the nose, but right at Hernandez. So that's the first out of the inning. But another ball that was hit on the nose. Etheridge unable to advance on the play. He still stands at second. And it brings up Chaz Wilson, the Colonel's catcher, hitting .447 with 29 RBI. And he looks at a curveball low. And the count's at 1-0. Hunter Gates on our camera tonight. Charles Wilson with you at Richard S. Chumley Field in Tunnel Hill. Next pitch to Wilson, fouled off at the plate. So the count now even at 1-1. Etheridge led it off with a single back through the middle. Sam Ayers hit a sharp ground ball to the third baseman Hernandez for the first out. And it was hit so hard that Etheridge was unable to advance on the play. Another breaking ball to Wilson that stayed outside. And the count's at 2-1. Just underway. We're in the top of the first. Game one. Next pitch to Wilson, hit back through the middle. Diving stop by the second baseman Middleton. He makes a nice play to retire Wilson, but the runner is able to move up on the play. So a really nice play out there by Middleton for the second out of the inning. Backhanding, diving stop, and he's able to retire Wilson, but Etheridge does move up to third, but now there's 2 outs for Dylan Williams. Williams steps in, hitting .313 on the year. First pitch is in the dirt, goes all the way to the backstop, and Etheridge is going to score. The Colonels are on top 1-0. So the pitch in the dirt will be scored as a wild pitch. Gets by Orozco all the way to the backstop, and Etheridge is able to put the Colonels on top 1-0. Next pitch to Dylan Williams, hit high and deep in the air, but the center fielder's under it. Smith is there to make the catch for out number 3. But the Colonels strike first on just one hit and a stolen base. The wild pitch enables Etheridge to score from third, and the Colonels have taken a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at Northwest Whitfield High School in Tunnel Hill, Georgia, the Colonels have broken on top early with a run in the top of the first to take a 1-0 lead. Brandon Etheridge led off the game with a single back through the middle. He then stole second base. A ground out by Wilson moved him over to third, and then with 2 outs and Dylan Williams at the plate, a pitch in the dirt went all the way to the backstop and allowed Etheridge to score easily standing up. And Cass has taken a 1-0 lead on only one hit in the inning. Northwest Whitfield will send Smith, Middleton, and Peralta to the plate to face Dylan Williams here in the first. Give you a little bit on Dylan. He has pitched 40 1/3 innings during the year. This is his 9th appearance. He's 5-1 on the season. He's allowed only 6 earned runs, walked 24, struck out 71. His ERA is at 1.04 for the year, and the batting average against him is a mere 126. So Dylan has had a very good season in this, his senior year. Brandon Smith steps to the plate, the leadoff hitter for the Bruins. Williams takes his sign from catcher Chaz Wilson, and the first pitch is called a ball. There's the next one, called a strike at the knees. So the count's at 1-1 to the Bruins leadoff hitter. Next pitch by Williams, fouled back over the screen. And Williams has worked himself ahead in the count. Now with 1 ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch from Williams. Tipped off his glove. It bounces out there to the second baseman, Brown. And it's going to be a base hit for Brandon Smith off the glove of Dylan Williams. And he might have been better off to have not even touched that one, because it would have made it all the way out to Brown on a more true hop. The long tip up into the air is what slowed things down, and that enabled Brandon Smith to reach on the infield hit. That brings up Brady Middleton, left-handed hitter, played second base, made a nice play in the first inning on a ball hit by Chaz Wilson to record an out. Takes a ball high. Next pitch, Middleton tries to drag bunt and fouls it back against the screen. So an infield hit by Smith tipped off the glove of the pitcher Williams to Matt Brown at second, but it went high in the air, and when it went high in the air, that gave Smith plenty of time to reach. They throw over to check on the runner. He's back easily. They do it again, a little closer this time, but he's still back in there. So Williams looks in for his sign from Wilson for the 1-1 pitch. And he bunts it right back to Williams, who fields it cleanly, flips to Yoslin at first, and there's the first out of the inning. The sacrifice does, however, move Smith over to second base. So the sacrifice goes 1-3 on the putout. Smith moves up to second, and it brings up Diego Peralta, the third baseman, hitting third in the order with now a runner in scoring position. Williams working from the stretch, throws a curveball, and it's a beauty in there for a called strike. Williams, taking his sign, looks in and delivers outside. So the count's even at 1-1. Beautiful day, all day today. Not a cloud in the sky. Temperatures in the low 70s. Gorgeous day for playoff baseball. Breaking ball missed low and away. So the count's at 2-1 to Diego Peralta, the Bruins shortstop. Williams is going to check on the runner back at second, but he's not going anywhere. And now a 2-1 pitch. Fastball right through there for a called strike at the knees. So as Smith takes his lead down at second, Williams comes set for the 2-2 delivery, and it's fouled up the right side. So we'll try that again. One out in the inning. We're in the bottom of the first. Cass scored a single run in the top of the first to take a 1-0 lead. And here's Williams' 2-2 curveball that they say missed, to the dismay of the Colonel faithful. It was a beauty, but it must have stayed outside. So the count is full. And the 3-2 pitch now. Missed outside for ball 4. So the Bruins now with runners at first and second. And that brings up Edwin Hernandez, the third baseman, with one out in the inning. So that 2-strike curveball that just missed leads to a walk, and now the Bruins have a little something going here with just one out in the inning. First pitch is high to Hernandez. Williams working from his stretch. And there's a base hit into left field on the ground. The runner at third will hold, and the bases will be loaded. So a good solid hit by Hernandez through the 5-6 hole into left field. Returned quickly to the infield. Smith has to hold at third, and the bases are now loaded for A.J. Orozco, the Bruins catcher. So the Colonels broke on top in the top of the first, and now the Bruins trying to answer with potentially a big inning here in the bottom half. Only one out, and the bases full of Bruins. First pitch by Williams is right through there for a called strike with a breaking ball. Next pitch is another curveball, and it's a beauty. So Williams quickly ahead, 0-2 to the Northwest catcher. So a big spot here. And it's a curveball that just stayed inside. One-two pitch from Williams. Fastball had him swinging up and away. And he strikes out Orozco for the second out of the inning. So that's a big strikeout, and it brings up his pitching counterpart tonight, Seth Pierce. Now with 2 outs in the inning, bases still loaded. Fastball right through there for a called strike. About thigh high to the left-handed hitting Pierce. 0-1 pitch. It's popped up in the air. Hunter Southern makes his way over. He's underneath it and makes the catch, and the Colonels get out of it with no harm done. So the little pop fly over behind third base in foul territory, fielded cleanly by Hunter Southern. The Bruins get a couple of hits, an infield hit and a grounder through the 5-6 hole, but they leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the second inning with the Colonels leading it 1-0. Glad you could join us today for the Region Championship Series opening doubleheader between the Cass Colonels and the Northwest Whitfield Bruins. We are at Richard S. Chumley Field on the campus of Northwest Whitfield High School in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. And we're moving to the second inning with Cass leading the Bruins 1-0. Seth Pierce on the mound for the Bruins, and the Colonels will send Sam Russell, Alex Yoslin, and Hunter Southern to the plate here in the top of the second to face the Bruins southpaw. Sam Russell, designated hitter in this one. He's hitting .318 on the year with 11 RBI. First pitch is down low. Next one to Russell is fouled back over the screen, out of play. So Russell digs back in. He has a 1-1 pitch coming from Seth Pierce. And it's a breaking ball that bounced at the plate. Russell laid off. And the count goes to 2-1. Two-one pitch to the Colonels' DH is low again for ball 3. Alex Yoslin, the first baseman for the Colonels, waits on deck. Next one to Russell, dribbled up the middle. Shortstop is there for the play. That's Peralta, and that's out number 1. So 1 out in the inning, and the first baseman for the Colonels, Alex Yoslin, will step in. Yoslin hitting .236 on the year, has a home run and 8 RBI. Takes a curveball that was called a strike, I suppose, over the outside corner. Next pitch hit up in the air down the right side, but looks like it will be out of play. So the count has gone to 0-2 on the Colonel's first baseman. 0-2 breaking ball is out of the strike zone. So the 1-2 delivery from Pierce is drilled out toward center field. Pretty deep out toward the wall, but the center fielder, Smith, is there right at the warning track for out number 2. So that one was hit pretty deep, but fielded out there by Smith for out number 2, and that will bring up the third baseman for the Colonels, Hunter Southern. Southern with a 4-game hitting streak. He's hit in 8 of his last 11. Although he's only hitting .213 for the year, he's been a hot hitter of late. .1-0 delivery is in there for a called strike. So the count evens at 1-1. Hunter Bennett waits on deck for the Colonels, and that one hit Southern. So Southern is hit by the pitch, makes his way down to first, and it brings up the Colonels' left fielder, Hunter Bennett. Bennett hitting .364 on the year with 5 RBI. He has a 6-game hitting streak going. And the first pitch he sees hits him in the hip. So back-to-back hit batsman. And it brings up the number 9 hitter for the Colonels, Chris Morton, the right fielder. Morton with a .265 average, but in that 9 spot has scored 16 runs this year. One of the team leaders. First pitch he sees is up and away for a ball. So both teams going with their ace pitchers for the year in game 1 here, facing one another. And that one missed low for ball 2. We now expect Brandon Etheridge, who's on deck right now and playing center field in this one, to be the game 2 starter for the Colonels. Next pitch to Morton is up and away. So the count has gone to 3-0 as Pierce, struggling a little bit with control here. He's hit 2 batters in a row and now thrown 3 straight balls to Chris Morton. The old automatic now is called a strike. And the old automatic holds true. So a 3-1 pitch now from Pierce, who comes set. And it missed up and away for ball 4. So the Bruins loaded the bases in the bottom of the first and failed to score. And now the Colonels have loaded the bases with 2 outs here in the top of the second. And a chance to do some 2-out damage here with their leadoff hitter, Brandon Etheridge, stepping to the plate. Etheridge singled his first time up. Pierce comes set, throws a curveball that missed inside. So now a 1-0 pitch due to Etheridge. Up and away, or actually up and inside for ball number 2. So now a 2-0 pitch due to Etheridge. And he hits it on the ground out towards second. Fielded out there by Middleton. He throws on to first in time. So both teams in back-to-back half innings, load the bases, and neither score will go to the bottom of the second. Cass leads Northwest 1-0.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Back at Northwest Whitfield High School in Tunnel Hill, Georgia. Game 1 of the 2013 Region 7 Quad A Championship Series. Cass at Northwest Whitfield. Doubleheader today. We'll have both games. We will have a break in between games. About a 30-minute break between games. It's a best-of-3 series with the winner becoming the 2013 region champion. The loser will be the number 2 seed in the state playoffs. Of course, the winner will be the number 1 seed. And they already know their first-round opponents. The winner of this series will play Grady. The loser of the series will face Columbia. Both of these teams will have home series in the first round of the state playoffs. Dylan Williams back on the mound for the Colonels here in the second. And he throws a fastball right through there. Leading off the inning for the Bruins, Wade Terrell. And he hits it in the air deep out toward right field. Morton goes back. He's underneath it and makes the catch for out number 1. So a fly ball hit fairly deep. Morton had to take a few steps back, but he makes the catch. And that'll bring up Kyle Brock, the first baseman, hitting in the 8th spot. Now with 1 out in the inning. Curveball from Williams is a beauty. Called a strike at about belt high. Next one swung on and missed. Fastball right through there. May have tipped it, but Wilson caught it in his glove for strike number 2. So an 0-2 pitch now is swung on and missed. There's strike number 3. High fastball that Brock didn't catch up with it. And that'll bring up Andy Wisnant, the number 9 hitter and right fielder for the Bruins. 2 outs now in the inning. First pitch to Wisnant is fouled back over the screen. Glad you could join us for Region 7 Quad A Championship Baseball. Game 1 of 2 games to be played here tonight. Cass leading it 1-0. We're in the bottom of the second. Another curveball that stayed inside. Wisnant had given up on it, and it almost caught the inside part of the plate. Another slow curveball, swung on and missed. There's strike number 3. So we'll go to the 3rd inning now. Cass leads Northwest Whitfield 1-0. Back at Northwest High School, Cats leading it 1-0 as we'll go to the top half of the third inning. The Colonels will send Sam Ayers, Chaz Wilson, and Dylan Williams to the plate to face the Bruins' Seth Pierce, left-handed starting pitcher for Northwest. Sam Ayers, the Colonel shortstop, digs in, squares to bunt, pushes it up the first baseline, and foul for strike number one. My wife just reminded me, a shout out to Ed Monkus for all his help today. We know he's watching. Glad you could join us for Cass Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Next pitch to Sam Ayers, missed outside. Count evens at 1-1.
Go, Sam!
Next one is a breaking ball that stayed low. And the count has gone to 2-1. Fastball to Ayers, fouled back over the screen. So both pitchers working fairly quickly. Not a lot of time between pitches. It's a great way to watch baseball. 2-2 pitch now due to Ayers. And it's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And there's out number one. So now there's some discussion about whether or not the ball was caught on strike number 3. Ayers made his way down to first. So they're going to ask for help now, apparently. So there is some discussion here about whether or not the ball was caught cleanly. So the discussion continues. And now the home plate umpire will make his way out to the first base umpire to see if there was any kind of situation where the ball was not caught cleanly. So now they're going to say that he was indeed out. So there's one out in the inning, and it brings up the Cass catcher, Chaz Wilson. Wilson grounded out his first time up on a really nice play by Middleton. Brady Middleton made a diving backhanded stop on a ground ball back up the middle. Wilson chops this one out toward third, fielded by the third baseman. He throws low, and it bounces over there, and Wilson will reach on the air because a clean throw has him. The coaches may want to look at that one later because that would have been a really good play by the third baseman, but we're going to stay with the error call at this point. And now we'll get a courtesy runner for the Cass catcher down at first. It will be Caleb Black, who has done most of the running for Wilson all season. First pitch to Dylan Williams now is a ball outside. So Cass with a base runner at first on the little chopper hit out toward third. Next pitch to Williams is lined into center field for a base hit. Caleb Black rounds second, but then dives back in. He got a late call on whether to advance or not, and he wisely, in my opinion, made it back to second. So the soft line drive into center field is a single for Williams. And the Colonels have runners at first and second with one out for Sam Russell, the designated hitter. Now we'll get a courtesy runner down at first. That'll be Austin Gore for Dylan Williams. Russell digs in, the designated hitter, hitting in the 5 spot in the order. Curveball that's in there for a strike. One thing we've seen from Pierce, he likes the curveball. Relies pretty heavily on that breaking pitch. Drops down a little sidearm this time and missed outside for a ball. We've also seen him change slots with his arm. Now the count is at 1-1. 1 out in the inning. And Russell just lined it into center field, but Black got a late break. He's going to have to hold at third.
Come on! That's a perfect throw.
So Coach Adam Williams holds Black at third, but I actually had my eyes in that area when the ball was hit, and Black got a late start. So I don't know that he was going to be able to score anyway. So the bases are loaded with 1 out, and it brings up Alex Yoslin with 1 out. So the Colonels loaded the bases last half inning. They've done it again here. They failed to score last half inning. And now Yoslin looks at a fastball high for ball number 1. Hunter Southern, the third baseman, waits on deck. 1 out in the inning. Bases jammed with Colonels. And Yoslin hits it on the ground, and it went off the shortstop's arm, ran up his arm, and the Colonels are going to play to run, and everybody's safe. And that one was just an error that rolled right up the arm of Peralta, who possibly had a chance at a double play there if he fields it cleanly. But instead of a double play to end the inning, the Colonels score a run. And it's 2-0, and still only 1 out in the inning for Hunter Southern, the Cass third baseman. And he hits it in the air out toward right field, going to be caught out there by the right fielder, Wisenant. Tagging at third is Gore, and he's in on the sacrifice fly with the Colonels' third run of the game. So Hunter Southern comes up with the sacrifice fly out to right field that scored a run. The other 2 runners do not advance on the play. Only Gore scoring from third. Russell held at second, and Yoslin at first. 2 outs now, and a ground ball hit out toward short. Long throw across, and he got him. So a bang-bang play down at first base, but Peralta made a nice one. Brock made a nice scoop over there at first, and they retire the Colonels in the top half of the third, but Cass comes up with 2 big runs. We'll go to the bottom of the third. The Colonels lead the Bruins 3-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at Chumley Field on the campus of Northwest Whitfield. We're double checking our stats here. Cass with 3 hits. Northwest with 2. I'm sorry. You are correct. Northwest with 3 hits. Cass with 2. But the Colonels No, I have Cass with 3 hits, dear. It's the other way around. Okay, Dylan Williams on the mound for the Colonels. And the first pitch is a strike. And the next one is a strike as well. We're trying to get our stats caught up here. Oh, 2 pitch now due to the leadoff hitter for the Bruins, Smith, and he fouls that one off. So now we got that cleaned up. It is Cass with 3 runs on 3 hits. Northwest, no runs on 2 hits. They've made a couple of errors.
Hey, your best pitch, Ben. Come on, right here.
And we've got an 0-2 pitch now due to the leadoff hitter, Brandon Smith. Fastball that is fouled away up the first base side. So another 0-2 pitch due to Smith. He singled off Williams' glove in the first inning, but this time he is a strikeout victim for out number 1 in the bottom of the third. 3 strikeouts now for Dylan Williams. That brings up Brady Middleton, the number 2 hitter and second baseman. He sacrificed his first time up, and he skips away from a low fastball for ball number 1. 1-0 pitch from Williams, missed low. So Middleton will step back in. Williams backs off the rubber and then retoes the rubber to take his sign. Winds and delivers. Took a little off and missed inside with ball 3.
Come on, Dylan. No charity. No charity.
So Williams has missed with 3 straight to the Bruins' second baseman. And that one is outside for ball 4. So that's now the second walk issued by Williams. And Cass catcher Chaz Wilson wants a timeout to talk with his senior pitcher for just a second. Cass with a run in the first, 2 in the third. They lead it here 3-0 as the Bruins bat in the bottom of the third inning. So the timeout has concluded. Runner bluffs down at first. Now Wilson throws it into right field. Trying to throw behind Middleton. He's going to round second, head to third. Long throw across, and he's in there. So it's a 2-base error by the Colonel's catcher. Tried to throw behind Middleton down at first, and the throw sailed away from him.
Hey, nobody hurt. Get the batter. Get the batter.
So Middleton has made his way all the way to third now with 1 out in the inning. And the next pitch from Williams is fouled back against the screen. Diego Peralta steps back in, hits a high chopping ground ball. That's going to score a run. Ayers fields it, throws across, and gets the out for out number 2, but the Bruins do come up with a run on the high chopping ground ball. So a nice play by Ayers to stay with that. Score is now 3-1, but 2 outs in the inning. Curveball from Williams is called a ball. Edwin Hernandez, the third baseman for the Bruins, hits it high in the air and out of play over the first base side. So the count has gone to 1-1. Orozco, the catcher, waits on deck. Next pitch from Williams, miss low. So now the 2-1 pitch is a fastball that stayed low for ball 3. Three-1 windup and delivery is fouled away at the plate. So our count has gone to 3-2. Williams quickly winding and delivering ball 4 in the dirt. So 2 walks in the inning and an error. The Bruins have scored their first run of the game. They now have a runner at first with 2 outs in the inning. And their number 5 hitter, A.J. Orozco, the catcher, making his way to the plate. Bruins coach Todd Middleton giving signs down there at third. As Williams sets and delivers a breaking ball that's lined into left field for a hit. Fielded out there by Bennett, returned quickly to the infield. So it's a line drive single for really the first hit of the inning and their third hit of the game. And now we'll get a courtesy runner for the Bruins. Number 3 for Orozco is going to be Merritt. Walter Merritt is the pronunciation that the public address announcer uses. M-A-R-E-T. Seth Pierce, the Bruins pitcher, digs in. And the first pitch stayed high for a ball. So Williams taking his sign, coming set, and delivers a fastball that's fouled over the screen. And our count is at 1-1. We're in the bottom half of the third. Cass leading at 3-1. Bruins with a couple of base runners right now, but 2 out in the inning. Breaking pitch that they say missed inside.
You all right, Dylan? You all right?
2-1 pitch. Fouled away over the third base dugout. So our count now even at 2-2. To the Bruins pitcher, Seth Pierce. Breaking ball. Unbelievable. They say missed. I'm not sure how either of those breaking balls missed. But the count now has gone full at 3-2. Cass catcher Wilson never moved. 3-2 pitch. Fouled at the plate off the glove of Wilson. And based on his reaction, he thought he should have had it. It was foul tipped off the glove of Wilson and back to the backstop. So with 2 outs in the inning And a 3-2 pitch due now. Both of the runners will be moving once he starts to the plate. But he'll step off instead to see if he could catch them breaking too early. Now comes set, and his 3-2 pitch is fouled away off the screen. So a couple of real close pitches that did not go Cass's way, and another 3-2 pitch now due to the Bruins pitcher. Williams again will spin towards second to check on the runner Hernandez. He's back to the bag. And there's another fastball that's fouled away. So another 3-2 pitch due. And it's a curveball that missed high.
That's all right, Dylan. You struck
So the Bruins have loaded the bases again. And that's going to bring a visit from Cass pitching coach Kyle Clayton. Courtesy runner out at first will be Will Brock for the Bruins pitcher. We'll remind you that Game 2 will come up approximately 30 minutes at the conclusion of this game. We're in the best-of-3 championship series, a doubleheader tonight. This is Game 1, Cass leading it 3-1. Bases loaded in the bottom of the third for the Bruins. Two outs in the inning. And the batter is Wade Terrell. Terrell flied out to right field his first time up, takes a ball. The next one is a fastball right through there for a called strike. Bruins taking a lot of pitches. And have actually benefited on a lot of close calls, in my opinion. Curveball had Terrell way out in front, so the count's 1-2. And another breaking ball struck him out. So Williams escapes that one as well. There was an unearned run in the inning. So the Bruins are on the board, but we'll go to the top of the fourth. Cass leading Northwest 3-1. On our way to the top of the fourth, the Colonels will send their number 9, 1, and 2 hitters to the plate. Chris Morton, Brandon Etheridge, and Sam Ayers here in the top half of the fourth inning. Cass leading it by a score of 3-1. Glad you could join us for Cass Baseball, Cass Playoff Baseball tonight, presented by Mountain Dew. Seth Pierce, the starting pitcher for the Bruins, still on the mound. Dylan Williams, the starter for the Colonels. Chris Morton will lead things off here in the fourth for the Colonels. He walked his first time. Morton hitting .265 on the year. And as we mentioned earlier, among the team leaders in runs scored with 16. Pierce, the left-hander, winds and delivers. Missed low for a ball. The sun now just on the mound, all of the lower infield near home plate and the home plate area now in the shade. Next pitch is called a strike. So the count now at 2-1 to the Colonels' right fielder, sophomore Chris Morton. Little sidearm delivery off the glove of Pierce. Morton digs toward first, and he's going to be in there with an infield base hit. So a hard ground ball that bounced off the glove of Pierce will result in an infield hit for Chris Morton to lead off things here for the Colonels in the fourth. Brings up center fielder Brandon Etheridge. Etheridge squares as if to bunt, but takes it for a strike. Etheridge singled in the first inning, grounded out to second in his second plate appearance. Squares again, but takes a ball. And the count's even at 1-1. Pierce comes set and throws a breaking ball that's called a strike.
All right, get your eye on it. Get your eye on it. Line drive it.
So nobody out in the inning. Chris Morton led off the inning with an infield hit. He takes his lead at first. And the delivery to Etheridge is a slow ground ball hit out toward first. Etheridge makes his way over, and they call him out on a bang-bang play. The first baseman late returning back to the bag, and they actually kind of collided over there at first base. But the first base umpire has called him out. Coach Williams goes out to ask if he will ask for assistance from the home plate umpire, but I'm not sure that's going to change anything, and it doesn't.
Come on, Sam, line drive it.
So one out in the inning now. Morton down at second, and Sam Ayers at the plate for the Colonels. Ayers takes a fastball inside. Almost hit him. Ayers grounded out to third and struck out swinging in his first two trips. Breaking ball, swung on and missed.
Come on, Sam, get your eye on the ball. Get your eye on it.
So with the cast right fielder Chris Morton taking his lead down at second, Sam Ayers digs back in, and the 1-1 pitch from Seth Pierce is hit a little pop up in the air. Brady Middleton, the second baseman, is there to make the catch.
Come on, Chaz, make it hurry.
And there's out number 2. So a little pop out to Middleton is the second out of the inning, and it brings up the Colonel's catcher, Chaz Wilson. Wilson grounded out to second and reached on an error. And he looks at a curveball called a strike. So the 0-1 pitch now to Wilson. He drops down and missed outside for ball number 1.
Good call, Blue.
One pitch now due to Wilson. Bounced up there. Morton's going to try it, diving at third, and they called him out. So on the ball that bounced away from the catcher, Orozco, he pounced on it quickly, throws down to third, and Chris Morton is called out trying to advance to third. So that will bring the Colonels' fourth inning to a close. We've played 3.5. It's Cass 3, Northwest 1. Okay, we'll move to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Colonels leading it 3-1. Dylan Williams, Colonels' ace pitcher throughout the year with a 5-1 record. He's been their number one throughout the season, returning to the mound here in the fourth inning. We're in game one. Best of three region championship series, Cass and Northwest Whitfield. Cass with a run in the first, 2 in the third. Northwest with an unearned run in the third. Cass with 4 hits, Northwest with 3. The Bruins have made a couple of errors. The Colonels have made an error. Leading off the fourth, the number 8 hitter, Kyle Brock. Looks at a fastball at the knees for a called strike. The shade now almost fully encompassing the mound. A little bit of sunlight still on the outer half of the infield and in the outfield. Hitter Brock squares as if to bunt, but takes it for a called strike 2. And now the 0-2 delivery from Williams is a curveball that bounced up there. Bit of a waste pitch. So Williams takes his sign, winds and delivers the 1-2. There's a ball down and away.
Throw it.
So Williams with 3 strikeouts in this one, but he's walked 4.
Attaboy.
And he has his 4th strikeout on that swing and miss. So that'll bring up the right fielder, Andy Wisnett. Wisnett struck out swinging his first time. So he's one of the 4 strikeout victims. Curveball, bunt attempt, offered, missed, strike 1.
Now batting number 2 behind right field, Andy Wisnett.
0-1 curveball is right down the middle.
Hey, go at it, Ted.
And Williams is ahead 0-2. Leadoff hitter Smith waits on deck. Fastball swung on and missed, and there's the 5th strikeout. So now 2 down for the leadoff hitter, Brandon Smith. Williams always working quickly, fires a fastball right by Smith for strike number one. Next one, right through there again, as Williams begins to pick up the velocity and find his groove. Now Smith asks for time, but steps back in, and here's the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Strike number three. Williams strikes out the side. So we'll go to the top of the fifth with Cass still leading 3-1.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Well, 4 innings in the books. Cass leading Northwest Whitfield here in Game 1 of the Region Championship Series by a score of 3-1. Chaz Wilson, who was at the plate when Chris Morton was caught stealing third back in the 4th inning, will lead off the inning. He'll be followed by the pitcher Dylan Williams and the designated hitter Sam Russell as the Colonels come to the plate here in the top of the 5th. We'll get that graphic repaired for you.
Now batting number 11, pitcher Chaz Wilson.
So Chaz Wilson, who grounded out to second and reached on an error, steps to the plate for his 3rd time tonight. And the first pitch he sees misses up and away. One 0 pitch, missed outside. So the count's at 2-0 to the Colonel's catcher. Next one is hit back up the middle. Middleton can't get there this time. He made a really good diving play on Wilson back in the 1st inning, but this time Wilson's ground ball makes it into center field for a base hit. And we'll get a runner for Wilson. Caleb Black. Courtesy runner out there for the Colonel's catcher. And it brings up Dylan Williams. So a good start to the Colonel's 5th as Williams steps in. Black taking his lead down at first. Sidearm delivery, and Williams fouled it back over the screen.
Go, Dylan.
So Williams digs back in, down a strike. Black taking his lead at first. Now Williams squares as if to bunt, but takes a pitch outside. So the count goes to 1-1. Pierce working quickly. Williams squares again and fouls it off at the plate on a bunt attempt. So now the count's gone to 1-2. To the Cass pitcher. Pierce takes his sign, comes set. And Williams hits a fastball down the right field line, but foul. Over the screen out there into the hitting cage area. So the count remains 1-2. And the next one's a curveball that he swung at and missed for the first out of the inning. So that brings up the designated hitter, Sam Russell. 1 for 2 in this one. Grounded out to short and singled into center field. One out in the inning. Caleb Black, courtesy runner for Chaz Wilson, down at first. Wilson singled to open the inning. Dylan Williams just struck out. Now the ball bounces up there, and Caleb Black takes off to second and made it safely. So the ball bounced away again from Orozco. He recovered in time, but his throw was a little low, and Black is able to take second base on the pitch. Next pitch bounces up there again. So the count now at 2-0 to the Colonel's designated hitter in this one, part-time catcher. He is the catcher when Wilson is pitching. Next pitch, called strike at the knees. Alex Yoslin, the Cass first baseman, waits on deck. Black taking his lead at second. Pierce delivers, and that one's a called strike about letter high over the outside corner. So the 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, hit on the ground, out towards second base. Brady Middleton makes the play, flips to first for the out, but Caleb Black is able to move over to third. So it is a ground out, but it's an effective out as it moves the runner over to third. So now 2 outs in the inning for Alex Yoslin. So Yoslin steps in to face Pierce. And the first pitch is called a strike on the breaking ball. Yoslin looking for his first hit in this one. He flied out to center and reached on an error. That one bounced up there, but not far enough away for Black to advance. So the count's now even at 1-1. 2 outs in the inning. Cass with a runner down at third. Caleb Black running for Chaz Wilson, who singled to open the inning. 2 outs later, he stands at third with Alex Yoslin at the plate. Sidearm delivery, fastball, and it's fouled over the screen. So the count now at 1-2. So Pierce looks in. Catcher sets up well off the plate, and they throw a fastball outside that missed for ball 2. So just trying to see if he would chase the 1-2 pitch. He did not. And now the count even at 2 apiece. Time called at the plate. Cass with 5 hits. 3 runs. Northwest with 1 run on 3 hits. Curveball fouled away at the plate by Yoslin to hang in there, and he'll see another 2-2 pitch. We're in game 1. Cass leading it 3-1. Game 1 of a doubleheader tonight in the best of 3 region championship series. 2-2 pitch due to Alex Yoslin. Is hit on the ground out past first. First baseman fields it cleanly. Brock steps on the bag, and there's out number 3. And the Colonels are retired in the top of the 5th. So we're in the middle of the 5th inning. Cass leads Northwest Whitfield 3-1. 3-1. We move to the bottom of the fifth. The Bruins will send Middleton, Peralta, and Hernandez to the plate. They're 2, 3, and 4 hitters to face cast pitcher Dylan Williams here as we move to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Middleton sacrificed and walked in his first 2 trips. And he looks at a breaking ball that stayed high for ball 1. Next pitch is a fastball fouled back off the screen. So the count's at 1-1 to the Bruins second baseman. Coach's son, Brady Middleton. Todd Middleton, head coach of the Bruins. Fastball that is ruled low, but the Colonel fans really wanted that one. 2-1 pitch from Williams is called a ball. So the Colonels having a little struggle with the strike zone here. And Williams delivers a 3-1 pitch. That was low for ball 4. So Middleton works a leadoff walk. And the Bruins are off to a good start here in the bottom of the fifth. Brings up Diego Peralta, the shortstop. He has walked and grounded out. First pitch is a curveball that's called a strike.
Work in, work out, work away. Here we go. Working every pitch.
Middleton taking his lead down at first. Yoslin, the cast first baseman, holding him there. Runner bluffs as if to go. Little ground ball hit toward third. Southern looked at first.
Nice job. Here we go.
Looked at second, but then threw on to first. And although he threw a little wide, Yoslin came off the bag and made the tag for out number 1. So a little ground ball does advance Middleton to second. 1 out now in the inning, and it brings up Edwin Hernandez, who's down a strike. But Brady Middleton now stands down at second with 1 out in the inning. Breaking ball right through there, strike 2.
You're him at 98 now.
So an 0-2 pitch due to Edwin Hernandez, and it's a breaking ball that the cast folks think he offered at.
Hey, that's all right.
But it's called a ball. And although the scoreboard here has the count at 2-2, I have it at 1-2.
Hey, make this one sting, Tim. Come on.
So I hope I'm correct. Williams taking his sign, and his 1-2 pitch is fouled back against the screen. And it bounces quickly back out to cast catcher Chaz Wilson. hard off the padding behind home plate.
Right field, make a play.
We all did. If he's going with the scoreboard, I guess. Runner takes off, curveball, missed outside. And now I have that at 2-2, and so does the home plate umpire. He's now signaling 2-2. The scoreboard is wrong. 2-2 pitch from Williams. Curveball that's fouled away. But Middleton was able to take third on that last play. Slow curveball from Williams. Wilson really didn't have a chance at the runner. Next pitch is hit high in the air. Over on the right side, Matt Brown is over there. Underneath it, makes the catch. And there's out number 2. He'll run it back into the infield.
Hey, get there and then come back to it.
So 2 outs now in the inning. And it brings up the catcher, A.J. Orozco. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Cass Baseball, playoff baseball tonight, presented by Mountain Dew. Glad you could join us on PlayOnSports.com. First pitch from Williams, missed for a ball.
That was a pretty good pitch.
Next pitch from Williams, through there, swing and a miss. So the count even at 1-1. Fastball called a strike, knee high over the outside edge. So the count at 1-2 as Williams looking for his 7th strikeout of the night. But Orozco's able to foul that one off. Williams, 6 strikeouts, but he has walked 5 in this one. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball right through there. For strike number 3. And the Bruins are retired in their half of the 5th. They leave a runner at third. We'll go to the 6th inning. Cass leads Northwest Whitfield 3-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Cass with a run in the first inning, 2 in the third. Northwest Whitfield with a run in the third of their own. Cass 3 runs on 5 hits. They've made 1 error. Northwest 1 run on 3 hits. They've committed a couple of errors as we move to the 6th inning. Cass will send the bottom of their order to the plate. Hunter Southern, Hunter Bennett, and Chris Morton to face Bruins starter Seth Pierce. Pierce has been the number 1 pitcher for Northwest all year long. He and Cass, number 1 pitcher all year long, Dylan Williams, going head-to-head here in Game 1 of this best-of-3 series for the 2013 Region 7 Quad A Region Championship. Both of these teams have clinched berths in the state playoffs that begin May the 3rd, Friday, May the 3rd. Both teams will host a first-round state playoff series. But they battle tonight for a championship. Hunter Southern digs in and looks at a ball high. Southern has a sacrifice fly and was hit by a pitch. So still no official at-bats. in this one. He's ahead here, 2-0. Fastball at the knees. Called a strike. And our count's at 2-1. That one missed inside. So the count's gone to 3-1. Seth Pierce didn't like that call. So the 3-1 delivery to the Cass third baseman bounced up there for ball 4, and the Colonels have their leadoff hitter on base again. And it brings up left fielder Hunter Bennett. Bennett hit by a pitch in his first at bat, and he grounded out to shortstop in his second trip to the plate. He steps in here with nobody out and a runner down at first in Hunter Southern. Pierce comes set, delivers, and the bunt attempt by Bennett is fouled at the plate. Bennett riding a 6-game hitting streak. He's hit safely in 8 of his last 11 contests. So been riding a hot bat. Squares and offers to bunt again and missed it for strike number 2. So now down in the count, 0-2. The Cass left fielder digs in again. And they throw him a breaking ball that bounced up there well off the plate, trying to get him to chase that curveball. But Bennett had none of that, and he'll step back in to see a 1-2 pitch from Seth Pierce. Throw over to first instead. So now the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. And there's strike number 3. So that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Chris Morton.
Come on, Chris. Come on, Chris.
Now batting NW Whitfield Bruins, Chris Morton.
First pitch to Morton, missed low.
Get out, Chris. Get out.
Morton walked his first trip and had an infield hit off the pitcher's glove his second time to the plate. So he's 1 for 1. 1 out in the inning as Southern takes his lead. Sidearm delivery missed low. So the count now at 2-0 to the Cass right fielder, sophomore Chris Morton. Another sidearm delivery that's called a strike over the outside edge. So a 2-1 pitch now due to Chris Morton. Pierce comes set. Sidearm delivery again, and he missed outside. As Pierce is now at 94 pitches in this one.
Try to hug that plate, Chris. Try to hug the plate.
He comes set for the 2-1 and missed low, rather the 3-1, and it's ball 4.
Brandon, make him throw you a strike, line it.
So the Colonels, with 1 out, have a little something going here in the top of the 6th. Runners now at first and second and 1 out for Brandon Etheridge. Cass leadoff hitting center fielder. And he fouled the first fastball he saw back over the screen. Pierce now at 96 pitches through 5 1/3. Etheridge led off the game with a hit. He's since grounded out to second twice. Now we're going to get a pinch runner, it looks like, for Hunter Southern out at second. And it looks like that will be and it will have to be a pinch runner. It's going to be Sam Dupree. So Sam Dupree entered as a pinch runner for Hunter Southern down at second base with one out in the inning. Brandon Etheridge at the plate with one strike as a count. And he gets a breaking ball that he swung at and missed. So Etheridge now down in the count 0-2. And the pitch from Pierce will not be delivered. He wheels towards second. Dupree dives back in, but there was no one there to receive a throw. So now an 0-2 pitch is fouled away again. So Etheridge, who came in with a .410 average on the year, has seen that dip slightly, but not much. And here's the 0-2 pitch. That's called strike three. So that's 2 outs now, and we'll bring Sam Ayers to the plate as the Colonels looking for a 2-out hit now with a runner in scoring position. So the Colonel shortstop steps in, 0 for 3 in this one. He's grounded out, struck out, and flied out. And he's behind in the count now, 0-1.
Sam, go ahead, get up on the plate. You're coming through the middle of the box.
0-1 breaking ball, missed outside. So Cass, neither team has scored since the third. Looking to do some damage here, and the changeup had Ayers out in front. Swings and misses, and he's behind now in the count, 1-2.
Watch it all the way, Sam.
So Pierce comes set. Wheels again towards second, but no one again is there. Pierce now over the 100 pitch count in this one at 102. And his breaking ball missed outside. So Cass senior shortstop Sam Ayers digs back in, and the 2-2 pitch coming from Seth Pierce. Missed outside for ball 3.
All right, get up on the plate and get him, Sam.
So now, Coach Adam Williams is going to ask for time to talk to his base runner, Sam Dupree, and I'm sure because there's 3-2 on the count and 2 outs, he wants to make sure that Dupree, who has just been called up from the JV team for this series, understands that he needs to make sure Pierce is going to the plate, and then he should be running on the play. So here's the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs to Sam Ayers. And he hit it on the ground out towards second. Brady Middleton's there. Throws to first for out number 3. So the Colonels strand a couple of runners. Fail to score in their half of the 6th. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Cass leads Northwest Whitfield 3-1. Dylan Williams returns to the mound here for the bottom half of the 6th inning. He's been able thus far to scatter 3 hits. Northwest with only 1 run in this one. Cass leading it 3-1 as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Williams has struck out 7, walked 5. Northwest will send Pierce, Terrell, and Brock, their 6, 7, and 8 hitters, to the plate in the bottom half of the 6th inning to face the big Cass right-hander Dylan Williams. Slow breaking ball in there for a strike. Williams, who committed and signed his national letter of intent last week with the LSU, fires a fastball that's fouled back over the screen, and he's ahead quickly 0-2. Slow curveball, strike 3, and there's 1 out in the inning. And that is strikeout number 8. Brings up Wade Terrell, the Bruins left fielder, 0-2, flied out to right and struck out swinging. And looks at a pitch low for a ball.
Way to bust it, man.
Williams looks for his sign, now winds and delivers. Fastball hit on a rope out into left field, right over third baseman Hunter Southern, who waved at it as it went by. But that was hit sharply into left field for the Bruins' 4th hit of the game.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, way to get us. Hey, way to go. Throw the contact. Let's go.
Brings up the number 8 hitter, Kyle Brock. He is 0-2 in this one. Struck out swinging both times. Curveball bounced up there. Chaz Wilson blocked it to keep it in front. So Terrell unable to advance. The only sunshine remaining on the park is in center and right field. Fastball swung on and missed. So the count evens at 1-1. The rest of the ballpark now in the shade. The lights have been turned on. Williams working from the set. Hitter squares. And the pitch is called a ball. 2-1 pitch now to Brock. Inside for ball 3. So now a 3-1 pitch, but before we get that, they throw over to chase back Terrell. And now Williams set again. Throws a fastball that's popped straight up in the air. Third baseman and first baseman converge, and Yoslin calls off everyone to make the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. So it's always a little scary when 2 or more gather under a pop-up, but that one was fielded cleanly by Yoslin up in the grass behind the mound at first, or between first and the mound. So there's 2 outs in the inning, and it brings up the number 9 hitter, Andy Wisnett. And the breaking ball bounces up there, but Wilson again blocked it. And they ask for help on the swing, and they say he didn't swing. So the Cass spectators over here are not exactly thrilled with the umpiring crew, but that one's called a ball. Fastball called a strike at the letters.
Going like that, Dylan, won't need no help.
So Wisnett digs back in, and he'll see a 1-1 pitch from Williams. Fastball fouled right back at our broadcast position off the screen.
I said that, and he hit it at me.
So you can see the bright sunshine out on the batter's eye out in center field. It makes its way all around to the right field corner. But that's the only sunshine in the park, and there's a slow curveball called strike 3 to retire the side for the Bruins here in the bottom of the 6th. So we've played 6 complete innings now. We'll go to the 7th inning with Cass leading Northwest Whitfield in Game 1 of this championship series. Cass 3, Northwest 1 as we move to the 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Back at Northwest Whitfield High School, where Cass and Northwest Whitfield are going head-to-head here in the Region Championship Series, best of 3 series for the 7 Quad A Region Championship for 2013. Cass leading Game 1 here as we move to the 7th inning, 3-1. Cass 3 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 1 error. Northwest 1 run on 4 hits. They've committed a couple of errors. Cass scored 1 in the first, 2 in the third. Northwest scored their only run back in the 3rd inning. As we go to the 7th, Cass will send their 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate. Chaz Wilson, Dylan Williams, and DH Sam Russell. Chaz Wilson has reached twice in this one. Digs in to face Seth Pierce here in the 7th. Looks at the ball outside. Pierce now at 106 pitches in this one. Fastball pops straight up in the air. It looks like it will stay in, drifting over near the dugout though, and it's out of play. It looked like it was going to stay in play, but it ends up just being a foul ball just over the screen beyond the dugout.
Line it, Chaz. Get on top of it.
So the count even at 1-1 to the Colonel's senior catcher. Wilson came into this game hitting .447 on the year with 29 RBI. Slow curveball called a strike at the letters. So Pierce winds and delivers. And he threw a fastball outside that missed for ball 2. Game 2 will follow about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. But we got to take care of business here in the 7th. Another breaking ball bounced up there. So Wilson now with a good at bat. The count has gone full to 3-2.
It's got to come to you.
Three-two pitch. Missed low, ball 4. So Wilson reaches again. 3rd time he's been on base in this one. He'll make his way down to first, and we'll get a courtesy runner again for him. It'll be Caleb Black.
Line it. Line it. Get up on the plate. Line it.
So a good start again to the Colonel's 7th. Brings up cleanup hitter and pitcher Dylan Williams. Black taking his lead down at first. First pitch to Williams, missed low for ball 1. Dillon flied out to center, singled into center field, and struck out swinging. Sidearm delivery. Ball gets through the catcher all the way back to the screen, and Black will move into scoring position. So that one, apparently Orozco crossed up. As Black now moves down to second base. So a chance to help himself here now with nobody out. Another breaking ball that bounced this time, and Black's going to make it all the way to third. So that was a curveball that bounced up there, got by the catcher again, and goes to the screen. So that's a huge run for the Colonels standing down at third base. Nobody out in the inning. Just a fly ball now, deep enough, would do the job. And there's a fly ball to right field. It's going to drop in for a hit. Black late leaving the base at third, but wisely so to make sure that ball was not caught. And he scores a huge insurance run on the hit by Dylan Williams.
Good job, Dylan.
So that brings up the designated hitter, Sam Russell, and now we're going to get a visit from the Northwest head coach, Todd Middleton, with Seth Pierce at 115 pitches in this one. We may be seeing a pitching change, as Cass has gone up now 4-1. Coach Williams having a chat with his DH, Russell, to see what they're going to do here, and it looks like they will make a change. Now, Pierce ran off the mound to begin with and now has gone back to the mound. So it looks like he may stay in the lineup. And we'll stay here for just a second to see what kind of move they make. Looks like they'll send Pierce out to right field. The right fielder, Wisnett, is coming out of the game. And the new pitcher for the Bruins, we'll try to get a number for you here, is number 12. Searching for that now for you. Philip Hammonds. So the new pitcher for the Bruins will be Philip Hammonds. We'll take a break while he takes his warm-up pitches. We'll be back right after this. Okay, Philip Hammonds taking over the pitching duties for the Bruins, relieving Seth Pierce, who has now moved out into right field. Sam Russell will be the hitter for the Colonels when play resumes. Still nobody out in the inning. Dylan Williams, who has gone the distance on the mound, just singled in a big insurance run for the Colonels as they've taken now a 4-1 lead here in the top of the seventh of game one. So now designated hitter Sam Russell will step in to face Philip Hammonds.
Slow down to throw a curve, Sam. Watch it.
Hammonds working from the stretch as Dylan Williams takes his lead down at first. And the first pitch is a fastball strike about waist high over the inside corner. Hammonds working much slower than Pierce did. Takes his sign and comes set. and throws a curveball that missed. And on the steal attempt, Dylan Williams is thrown out by a full step. So probably a hit and run situation there because Williams has not been asked to steal a base all year. That was Gore running for him. I'm sorry. Didn't realize we had the courtesy runner already in. So Gore is thrown out trying to steal second. My apologies there. One out in the inning. And the next pitch to Russell misses high. So our count's at 2-1 to the Cass DH.
Right back, right back.
Breaking ball called a strike. And the count is even at 2-2. So Hammond's now working from the windup. Throws a fastball that's fouled off at the plate. So Russell stays alive here. He's grounded out to short, singled into center field, and grounded out to second base in his 3 at-bats. And the 2-2 pitch is lined out into right field. Pierce is chasing it, and it's going to be off the wall. Russell will stand at second with a double. So Sam Russell goes the other way with a fastball that one-hopped the right field wall out there. And he now stands at second with 1 out. And Alex Yoslin's on his way to the plate. And it looks like now we'll get he's a designated hitter, so it won't be a courtesy runner. So we'll wait to see what move Coach Adam Williams is making here. Ordinarily, Russell, when he is catching, would get a courtesy runner, but any move now would have to be a pinch runner. So we're still waiting to see what the move will be. And it looks like they will insert Caleb Black as a pinch runner here. So now Black inserted into the lineup as a pinch runner, not a courtesy runner. And he will be the runner down at second base in scoring position for first baseman Alex Yoslin. Philip Hammond's working from the stretch again. Bounces one up there for ball 1.
Alex, he's got no movement on his fastball.
So Caleb Black taking his lead as a pinch runner down at second. And Hammonds is set and throws a curveball that bounced up there for ball 2. So Cass with a big insurance run here in the 7th, looking to tack on another one with only 1 out in the inning and a runner at second. Fastball swung on and missed by Yoslin.
Made it, just made it.
Drive it, 1-2.
Hunter Southern waits on deck. 2-1 delivery from Hammonds is a breaking ball that bounced up there. Fooled Yoslin, but also Orozco couldn't hem it up, and Black moves down to third.
Alex, if you do that again, run.
So the count is now at 2-2. Cass now with a runner at third. 1 out in the inning. And now another big run down at third. And the 2-2 pitch from Hammonds is a fastball that missed low and away.
It's BP. Come on.
So the count has now gone full to the Colonel's first baseman here in game one.
Hey, be on the hop. Come on.
3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. There's out number 2.
Hey, you got to stay back. Your head wasn't even in the box. Come on. Hey, next time. Got a whole another game. Let's go, 12.
So Hunter Southern will step to the plate. Still without an official at bat in this one. He has been hit by a pitch, hit a sacrifice fly that drove in a run and walked. And he looks at a curveball for a strike one. So a big Cass Insurance run 90 feet away, but 2 outs in the inning as Southern steps in and takes the pitch high for a ball. Hammond working slowly. Delivers a slow breaking ball that bounced up there again, and Orozco smothered it to prevent Black from scoring. So our count is at 2-1. With the Cass third baseman taking a deep breath and stepping back in. And he looks at a fastball that missed low. So the count's gone to 3-1. Hunter Bennett, the Cass left fielder, waits on deck if Southern could reach.
Get up on the plate and get him. Wait on it, wait on it.
So now Hammond steps back off the rubber. Southern back in, and the 3-1 pitch. Missed outside, ball 4. So now runners on the corners. And it brings up the left fielder, Hunter Bennett, 0 for 2 in this one. He was hit by a pitch in his first at bat. He's grounded out to short and struck out swinging in his other 2 appearances. So he steps back in here with 2 outs in the inning. And a curveball from Hammonds missed outside. Southern leads from first. Black leads from third. And the pitch is a fastball at the knees, called strike 1. So the Cass left fielder awaits a 1-1 pitch. With the runner breaking from first, it's foul tipped into the glove of Orozco. And Bennett now behind 1-2 in the count. So Hammonds comes set and throws a fastball that missed down and away. So the count's at 2-2. Big crowd on hand here. Just about every seat is filled and lots of lawn chairs. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball bounced up there. Orozco, who has done a great job back there behind the plate, blocked that one up. And now the count has gone full Chris Morton would be next. So a 3-2 pitch now due to the Cass left fielder. It's a fastball hit in the air out towards center field. Center fielder breaks late, but he's there. Smith makes the catch, and the Colonels are retired in their half of the 7th, but they get a big insurance run, and they'll take a 4-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th. All right, we go to the bottom of the 7th. Cass leading it 4-1. Dylan Williams back on the hill to try to finish this one up. He's gone all the way. He has 9 strikeouts in this one through 6 innings. Wind and delivery is a fastball called a strike at the knees. Leadoff hitter Brandon Smith at the plate. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Smith has singled and struck out twice.
No, it's not. He wasn't even on the rubber.
Fans yelling balk, but there's no base runner. And he struck him out. So Williams did start and stop, but there's no base runner, so there's no harm there.
That runner on first on second base. Hey, you good, Ted? Hey, go to work. Go to work.
So 1 out in the inning, and it brings up
do what we came to do, Ted.
the Bruins second baseman and the coach's son, Brady Middleton.
Yep.
And he looks at a curveball for a strike.
Hey, steady dose of it, Ted. Come on, kid.
Williams working quickly, fires a fastball that sailed high.
Hey, that's a good spot to miss. Hey, not bad. Here we go. Go hard.
And the count's even at 1-1.
Oh, don't hate. Don't hate.
Curveball. Missed for ball 2.
Don't hate.
So Middleton digs back in, and the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2.
Oh, that'll get you to LSU right there.
That hurt your feelings, 11, didn't it?
That hurts. Hey, do what you
So
can.
now a 2-2 pitch due to Brady Middleton, and he missed low for ball 3. So the count has gone full to Middleton, who has walked twice and sacrificed, and now he's singled into left field.
That's on you, Blue. That's on you. Hey, he's too good for you to be squeezing.
So that brings up Diego Peralta, the shortstop, with a runner down at first and 1 out. Williams now will work from the stretch, comes set, and the first pitch is a curveball
Hey, be there. That's an out. Come on.
that sailed high.
Hey, talk. Help him out.
Next pitch from Williams,
That's a strike.
missed low.
What, is that out? Because it's not low. good. God, don't start getting
And the count now has gone to 2-0.
Oh, my God.
Hitter squares,
You got to be in better position, Blue. You're killing us.
but takes ball 3. So Williams now behind 3-0 and in risk of putting the second runner on base here.
The best you've seen right there, Blue.
So now Williams looks in, and his 3-0 pitch is a fastball strike
Right there.
right down the middle.
He can get you in position now. Watch the curveball and don't give up on it. There it is.
3-1 pitch is fouled away.
All the way back.
So the count's gone full now.
Come on, Dylan. Hey, don't be afraid to throw it
To the Bruins shortstop.
Throw the dirty.
Middleton takes his lead down at first. And the 3-2 pitch from Williams
Strike. Yeah.
fouled away at the screen.
Hey, atta baby. Atta boy. Hey, compete.
There you go.
So Northwest Whitfield with 5 hits in this one.
There it is.
And he plunked the shortstop. Hit him with ball 4.
No. Let it go.
So still 1 out in the inning. The Bruins now with runners at first and second
Hey, find that group
as the
right
Colonels
now. Let's go.
trying to look to close this one out.
Hey, finish, man.
Edwin Hernandez, the third baseman, will step in. He's 1 for 2
Shouldn't even be here.
with a walk.
Go hard, D-Dub.
First pitch from Williams, curveball swung on and missed.
Work it. Hey, get in the rhythm. Let's go. Doing good. Hey, doing good. Reach back.
Williams takes his sign, comes set, throws a fastball that almost got away. So a little adrenaline flowing here.
Hey, keep your head straight.
And a 1-1 pitch now is a breaking ball that stayed high.
God awful, man.
So here's the 2-1. Fastball, call a strike at the knees.
Only place you're calling. That's it.
Come back again. Come back again with that one.
Let him throw his stuff. Come on.
So now a 2-2 pitch.
There it is.
Breaking ball, swung on and missed, out number 2.
Hey, get there. Communicate. Let's go. Hey, get your head.
So there's
down.
2 outs in
Go.
the inning.
It's your man right
And it
there.
brings up the catcher, A.J. Orozco, who's 1 for 3.
Your man, Dylan.
Orozco singled to left and struck out twice.
Go to work, 10.
Oh, I hope it ain't a fast one.
There it is. Oh,
First
yeah.
pitch.
God.
Missed inside.
It's not a round plate. It's got corners, Blue.
Set it on too, Chad.
2 down in the inning. Northwest with runners at first and second. It's a slow breaking ball, called a strike. One delivery from Williams. Another breaking ball hit on the ground, out toward third, and Southern booted it.
Field the ball.
So a little ground ball hit out there toward third. Hunter Southern can't corral it,
Charge to the shortstop. Let's go.
and the bases are now loaded with 2 outs.
Hey, catch the ball, make the play.
Guinea base.
Hey, having fun now, baby. Let's go.
Here.
Woohoo!
So the Colonels commit their second error
Are you all right?
of the game. First one in this inning. Bases are now loaded, and it brings up Pierce, who was the game's starting pitcher.
Yep.
First pitch to Pierce is called a strike.
Back door. That's it all day. That's where it's supposed to be.
So the Bruins, with a tying run now at first base, and Pierce at the plate, and he takes the fastball low for a ball. So the count is now 1-1. 2 outs in the inning, bases full of Bruins, as Williams winds and delivers. Breaking ball, called a strike. So the Colonels now 1 strike away from winning game 1. Williams delivers, breaking ball, swung out and missed, and the Colonels, on a complete game effort by Dylan Williams, have taken game 1 by a final score of 4-1. So Dylan Williams goes the distance, and the only run by the Bruins was unearned back in the 3rd inning. And Cass, with 1 in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 7th, hang on here to win game 1 by a final score of 4-1. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back to wrap this one up right after this message.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, there you see the final score in game 1. The Colonels win this one by a final score of 4-1. 4 runs on 7 hits. They committed 2 errors. Northwest Whitfield with a run on 4 hits. They committed 2 errors. Cass takes game 1. We'll have game 2 coming up in about 30 minutes from now. So we hope that you'll take a short break, have a little dinner or a snack, and then come back to join us for game 2 coming up in just a little bit here. We're going to quickly wrap this one up so we can have a break here as well. We'll tell you that Sam Russell and Dylan Williams had 2 hits apiece for the Colonels to lead them offensively. Brandon Etheridge and Chaz Wilson had a hit. Chris Morton had a hit, as the Colonels had a 7-hit attack. Dylan Williams yielded 5 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. He walked 5, but he struck out 14 on his way to a complete game 4-1 victory over the Northwest Whitfield Bruins in game 1. That will wrap this one up, and we'll be back in just a little while with game 2 of this series. We'll take a commercial break and then an extended break, and we'll be back with game 2 in about 30 minutes. So please come back and join us. Cass wins game 1, 4-1.
Senor.
Attention, everyone. Our first toast.
No. I am so honored to say a few words about the lovely can. Huh? I mean the couple. You look so delicious. Lean love. Too many more years.
Do we know her?
No.
Diet Pepsi. Love every sip.
Come on, kid. I'm Drew Brees.
And I'm Harry.
Who?
From One Direction. Platinum album.
Dudes, won the Super Bowl.
On the cover.
MVP.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
If you give him the Pepsi, you can be in the band.
Really?
And live while we're young.
Charles Wilson with cameraman Hunter Gates back at Richard S. Chumley Field on the campus of Northwest Whitfield High School in Tunnel Hill, Georgia, where we are getting set for Game 2 of the 7 Quad A Region Championship Series. Cass took Game 1 earlier tonight by a final score of 4-1. So the Colonels lead the series 1-0 as we get ready to play the second game in tonight's doubleheader. Glad you could join us for Cass Baseball, presented by Mountain Dew. Both teams are making their way out of the dugout, getting ready for the start of this second contest. Brandon Etheridge will be on the mound for the Colonels, and Cass will be the designated home team in this game, although we are playing here at Northwest High School. If it were to go to a Game 3 tomorrow, they would flip a coin to determine the home team in the deciding game. So we're just about ready for Game 2 in this series. We'll be back with baseball right after these messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Brandon Etheridge has made his way out onto the mound, taking his warm-up tosses for the Colonels as we're getting ready to start Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader in the 7 Quad A Region Championship Series. We know already that River Ridge, who was the number 2 seed from the south half of this region, completed the sweep tonight over Dalton, so they have qualified for the state playoffs as well. We don't know if they'll be the 3 or the 4 seed. It will be determined by the outcome of the other series that's going on tonight, beginning with a doubleheader between Heritage of Catoosa County over near Ringgold and Cedartown. We'll work on lineups as we go along here. Cass defensively, Etheridge on the mound, Wilson behind the plate. Around the infield, Dylan Williams at first, Matt Brown at second, Sam Ayers at short, Hunter Southern back at third base. And before we get to the outfield, here's the first pitch, right through there for a called strike. Smith, in fact, Northwest with the exact same lineup they had in the first game with a change of pitcher. Next pitch from Brandon Etheridge, missed for a ball. That one missed as well. So the count's gone to 2-1. In the outfield for the Colonels, in left field, Hunter Bennett. Chris Morton will be in center, and Alex Yoslin out in right. Next pitch, missed high. They asked for help to see if he offered at it. Umpire says no. The count's at 3-1. And the next one is right through there for a called strike 2. So Brandon Smith, the starting center fielder for the Bruins, back in there, and he takes ball 4. So the Bruins leadoff hitter reaches on a walk to lead off this Game 2. Cass baseball, playoff baseball tonight, presented by Mountain Dew. Brady Middleton, second baseman, will step in. Looks at a curveball, takes it low.
That's looking like a strike right there.
So Smith taking his lead down at first. Etheridge now forced to work from the stretch. Throws a fastball right through there for a called strike.
Hey, don't give up on that curveball, Blue. See it through, man. It's good.
Peralta waiting on deck. Throw over to first to chase back Smith.
Okay. Hey, feed me. That's a signal for that. Feed me. Come on, man. Wait, hey.
So with Etheridge set, 1-1 pitch. Runner bluffed as though he was going, but goes nowhere. And the count's gone to 2-1. So the Cass Jr. right-hander throws over to first again. Smith back in there. We're just underway in game 2. Northwest, the visiting team in this one, batting first. Next pitch from Etheridge, fouled back off the screen. So the count's at 2-2. So we got word between games that River Ridge completed the 2-game sweep over Dalton. So they become the 3rd team from this region into the playoffs. Little chopper out to the mound. Etheridge fields it and tags out Middleton for the first out. This is a very firm infield. We've seen a lot of high bouncing balls off this infield surface. And that one took a high chop. Etheridge fielded it and made the tag himself. But Smith is able to move up to second base. It brings up Peralta, the shortstop. First pitch, called strike at the knees.
Dirty. Come on, Six. That was wrong.
Etheridge takes his sign and comes set. And throws a curveball. That missed outside.
Come on now. Hey, that's all right. Here we go. Work with it, Six. He's been good to you. Come on now. Here we go. Hey, doing good. Here we go.
1-1 pitch to Peralta. Sailed high off the glove of Wilson and goes back to the screen. So that one just kept rising and goes all the way back to the screen.
Hey, loving it, Six. Having fun, baby.
So now the Bruins with a runner down at third and only one out in the inning. And there's a fastball called a strike over the outside edge. So the count's gone to 2-2. One out in the inning and a runner down at third. And a curveball hit on a line right at Sam Ayers. Throw over to third, and they say he got back in there. So Smith almost doubled off on the line drive to the Cass shortstop. So it was hit sharply, but right at Sam Ayers. And that's the second out in the inning and brings up the third baseman, Edwin Hernandez, cleanup hitter. And the count's at 0-1. Curveball called a strike. And Etheridge ahead 0-2.
Hey, every pitch. Let's go.
Hernandez digs back in, and the curveball is hit over the bag at third and into left field for a double. Hernandez digs his way to second, slides in there safely, but it bounced cleanly right over the bag at third and drives in the first run of game number 2. First one is fouled back.
Hey, way to go out at 6. Let's go, baby. Hey, we got the sticks. Let's go.
Third day late.
This is A.J. Orozco, the catcher.
All them times don't mean nothing.
Hernandez taking his lead down at second as the Bruins have broken on top 1-0. Fastball from Etheridge missed high.
I wouldn't turn my head. You can't see the ball.
So the 1-1 curveball fouled back over the screen. And our count is at 1-2. We're in game 2, top of the first. Northwest, the visiting team in game 2. Cass, the home team. Cass won game 1, 4-1. Next pitch from Etheridge hit high in the air out toward Sam Ayers, the shortstop. He's underneath it. And did they make the catch? He did. Little confusion there on who was going to make the catch, but Ayers stayed with it and makes the catch on the pop-up. Little scary there, but they get the out, and the side is retired in the first inning. But the Bruins come up with a run on one hit. They leave one. Colonels coming to bat. They trail 1-0. Okay, Northwest Whitfield takes a 1-0 lead in the top half of the first inning. Cass coming to bat. Here's the way they will bat in game 2. Brandon Etheridge, the pitcher, will lead it off. Those averages you see were the averages coming into this series. Sam Ayers will hit second, play short. Chaz Wilson is the catcher, hitting third. Dylan Williams, the first baseman, hits in the fourth spot. Sam Russell will be the DH, hitting for Matt Brown. Alex Yoslin, the right fielder, will hit sixth. Hunter Southern will be at third base, batting seventh. Hunter Bennett will be out in left field, batting eighth. And the center fielder for this game with Etheridge pitching will be Chris Morton. He will bat ninth. So that's the way the Colonels will approach things here in game 2. Pitcher for Northwest in this one will be Whisenant. He played right field in game 1. Andy Whisenant. He was the starting right fielder and then came out of the game late when they made a pitching change and removed Seth Pierce. Dylan Williams, game 1 winner, 14 strikeouts as the Colonels won it 4-1. He scattered 5 hits. Cass with 7 hits in game 1. In that victory. Brandon Etheridge to lead things off for Cass here in the bottom of the first. First pitch is a sweeping curveball swung on and missed. Next pitch from Whisenant. Fastball that missed outside. But Etheridge swiped at it and missed. So it was well off the plate, and Etheridge took a swipe at it. Kind of half-heartedly. They set up way outside this time, and Etheridge takes it high for a ball. Brandon Etheridge, Sam Ayers, and Chaz Wilson to face Whisenant here in the first. Curveball. Called, strike 3. So Etheridge didn't like that call, and the umpire made sure Etheridge knew who was in charge as he walked away. Sam Ayers steps in with one out. First pitch, fastball, strike at the knees. Next pitch to Ayers, hit hard but foul down the left side. So the Cash shortstop in an 0-2 hole here with one out as the Colonels bat in their half of the first. 0-2 delivery. Hit foul over the first base dugout. Chaz Wilson, the Colonels catcher, waits on deck. And another 0-2 pitch due to Sam Ayers. It's a curveball hit on the ground, back through the middle, and through into center field for a base hit. So Sam Ayers with a one-out base hit. And the Colonels have their first base runner with one out. So now Whisenant will work from the stretch with Sam Ayers taking his lead down there. Wilson digs in. And the first pitch is a fastball strike to Wilson. Ayers with a pretty good lead down at first. Takes off. Wilson hits it on the ground. Foul past the bag at first. So now he's in an 0-2 hole as he was trying to put the ball in play with Sam Ayers running. Northwest with an early run leads it 1-0. We're in the bottom of the first. Cast the home team in game 2. Breaking ball stayed high. Dylan Williams, who was the winning pitcher in game 1, will be the first baseman here in game 2. He waits on deck behind Wilson. And here's the 1-2 pitch, but it won't be delivered as Whisenant steps back off the rubber. One-two pitch. It's called a strike. And it, from our vantage point, was pretty low. So that's 2 outs now. And we can only hope that Brandon Etheridge gets the benefit of that same strike zone. So now 2 outs in the inning as Dylan Williams digs in. And the first pitch is fouled away. Sam Ayers was moving on the play. But Williams fouls it back over the screen. So now we have a brief timeout as they wait for more baseballs to be delivered to this home plate umpire. Orozco has taken advantage of that to go out and speak with Whisenant. Sam Ayers with a 1-out hit stands at first. There's now 2 outs in the inning as Williams steps back in. And an 0-1 pitch due from Whisenant. Breaking ball that bounced. So the count now at 1-1. Sam Russell, the designated hitter in both game 1 and in this one, waits on deck. Whisenant looks back Ayers. And now the 1-1 pitch will not be delivered again. Wisnant will step back off again. One delivery is lined into the gap in right center field. We'll see how far Sam Ayers can run. He's going to be rounding third. We're going to see if there's a play at the plate. Long throw, and he's tagged out at home plate. So the relay from right field to the first baseman nails Sam Ayers at the plate for the third out of the inning. And the Colonels are denied in their half of the first. So the relay throw from Pierce to Brock to Orozco nails Ayers at the plate for out number 3. So the Colonels fail to score on 2 hits in the inning. We'll go to the second inning. It's 1-0 Bruins.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
So the Colonels come up with a couple of hits in the bottom half of the first, but fail to score on the nice relay throw from right field. And we go to the top of the second with Seth Pierce leading things off for the Bruins. First pitch is fouled back off the screen. Curveball. Called a ball. Next pitch right through there for a called strike. 1-2. Cass fans on this side not very happy with the ball and strike calls of this umpire or the last one. That one fouled away. There's a curveball. Swung on and missed. Wilson blocked it. Now throws down to first in time for out number 1. So that'll bring up Wade Terrell, the left fielder, hitting in the 7 spot with 1 out. Bang, bang play down there at first, but called out on the drop third strike. And Terrell was bailing out on that curveball, but it missed inside for a ball. Next pitch, called strike at the knees. And Etheridge slipped on that one and missed low. So a 2-1 pitch now due to Terrell, the left fielder. Swung on and missed on a high fastball. Count even now at 2-2. Two-two pitch. Fouled off his foot at the plate. Right back out to Etheridge, but it clearly hit him on the leg. So he'll take a little stroll here. The home plate umpire will sweep off the plate and give him a little bit of time. And now Terrell will dig back in to face a 2-2 pitch from Brandon Etheridge. Curveball. Missed low and away. So now a 3-2 pitch. Called, strike 3. So now 2 outs in the inning. And that brings up the first baseman, Kyle Brock. Second strikeout of the inning by Etheridge, and he starts Brock off with a strike as well. Curveball, and a good one. Called strike 2. So maybe Etheridge finding his groove now. Up 0-2 to the Bruins' first baseman. Fastball right through there for called strike 3. And the side is retired. So we're in the middle of the second inning. Cass the home team in this one. Game 2, they lead the series 1-0. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Northwest Whitfield leads game 2 1-0. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Cass will send their 5, 6, and 7 hitters to the plate to face Andy Whisenant, starting pitcher for the Bruins. They'll send Sam Russell, the designated hitter, Alex Yoslin, the right fielder, and Hunter Southern, the third baseman, to the plate here in the bottom of the second. Format of these playoff series, the host team is the home game in game 1. The traveling team is the home game in game 2, and then it's a coin toss for game 3 in the event of a split. So Cass, although we are at the Northwest Whitfield facility, is the home team in this game 2. They won game 1, 4-1. Glad you could join us. Cass Playoff Baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Sam Russell, the designated hitter, digs in. And he looks at the ball outside. So Whisenant working from the windup. Delivers, and it's a fly ball head out toward right field. Right fielder broke back, now comes in, makes the catch. And there's out number 1. So Pierce took a couple of steps back, but then came charging in, made the catch. So there's 1 out in the inning, and it brings up the right fielder, Alex Yoslin. Curveball in there for a strike. Yoslin hitting .236 for the year with a home run and 8 RBI. Swings at a curveball again and misses. So he's behind in the count, 0-2. As he steps back in. Catcher Orozco sets up way outside, and they throw a curveball that bounced up there for ball 1. So the 1-2 pitch is a fastball that missed way outside. They try to get Yoslin to chase it. Count now at 2-2. So the 2-2 pitch from Wisnett, slow curveball, fouled back over the screen. Cass third baseman Hunter Southern waits on deck. Two-two delivery from Wisnett. Fastball fouled off over toward the Cass dugout. So we'll see another 2-2 pitch to the Cass right fielder in this one. He played first base in game one while Williams was pitching. Now with Etheridge pitching, he's in right field. Curveball swung on and missed. Strike three. So all three swings and misses by Yoslin in that at-bat were all on slow curveballs. Brings up Hunter Southern. The Cass third baseman. First pitch is a fastball, called a strike at the letters. Next one is fouled back off the screen. So now Southern in an 0-2 hole. So Andy Wisnett takes his sign, winds and delivers. And it's a breaking ball that fooled Southern for strike three as he swings and misses. So the Colonels go down quietly in their half of the second. We'll go to the third with Northwest leading the Colonels 1-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We go to the top of the third. Northwest Whitfield leading Cass here in game two of this best-of-3 series, 1-0. They scored their run in the top of the first. Northwest, the visiting team in this game two. Cass as the acting home team. Cass won game one, 4-1, in case you missed that earlier. With a victory here would win the region championship. Northwest fighting to get a split and force a game three tomorrow night. They'll send their 9, 1, and 2 hitters to the plate. Andy Wisnett, the pitcher, steps in and takes a strike at the knees. Next pitch, same spot, called strike two. So no 2 pitch now due to Wisnett, and he hit a hard ground ball that bounced over the head of the third baseman Southern. And as we mentioned earlier, the ground is very hard here. The ball bounced right out in front of the plate and then bounced over the head of the third baseman Southern for a base hit. So a really hard playing surface here. And Wisnett reaches to lead off the third for the Bruins. Brings up the leadoff hitter, Brandon Smith, who offers with a bunt. And it bounced up there. And now some question to see if he offered, and they say no, he didn't offer. So they wanted to see if the batter at least offered at the bunt, but it's called a ball. So Wisnett moves up a base, and there's one ball on the hitter, and a curveball is in there for a strike. So with Wisnett down at second and in scoring position, the Bruins leadoff hitter digs back in and squares to bunt again. It bounced up there again. And the runner's going to move up to third.
Hey, 6, he ain't swung a bat all day. Blow 2 by him right here.
So Etheridge has bounced a couple up there that Wilson blocked, but they got away from him up in the home plate area, and the runner has now moved up 2 bases. And the next pitch is a called strike at the knees. So nobody out in the inning, and the Bruins now threatening with a runner at third. They already lead it 1-0. Colonel's trying to minimize the damage here, and they get a strikeout on the high fastball. So now 1 out in the inning, and Coach Todd Middleton's son, Brady Middleton, left-handed hitter and second baseman, will step in with 1 out. As Wisnett takes his lead down at third, the Colonels have brought the infield in on the grass. Curveball in there for a strike. Next one is a fastball in there for a strike. So 2 quick strikes to the Bruins second baseman. As Etheridge works from the stretch, takes his sign and delivers, and a swing and a miss. So a big strikeout there. So now there's 2 outs, and the Colonels will be able to back the infield back up as Diego Peralta, the shortstop, steps up. He lined out to Sam Ayers the first time. First pitch is a curveball that missed low. So Wisnett, who has made his way over to third with nobody out, now 2 quick strikeouts as Peralta looks at a strike at the knees. Hernandez waits on deck. 1-1 pitch now from Etheridge. Swung on and missed again. So now a 1-2 pitch upcoming. And bounced up there. Wilson had to backhand it. And the count is now even at 2-2. Another curveball bounced up there that Wilson blocked. And the count is now full at 3-2. So Etheridge tried to get him with the curveball. And the count's now full with 2 outs in the inning. And he bounced the fastball up there, got away all the way to the screen, and a run will score. So there's a walk, and the run scores from third. So the Etheridge fastball that bounced up there goes all the way to the screen. The run scores. Wisnett scores from third, and now Peralta is down at first on the walk. Next pitch is a fastball strike to Edwin Hernandez, who digs in there, the Bruins third baseman. 2 outs in the inning. Bruins now up 2-0. Another fastball, missed low. pickoff attempt over at first, but Peralta is back in. One pitch now. Curveball lined past third, but foul. So a 1-2 pitch now due. Curveball hit on the ground, back up the middle. Sam Ayers fields it, steps on the bag. There's out number 3 to end the top half of the third inning. So we'll go to the bottom of the third. Northwest Whitfield now leads Cass 2-0. We'll go to the bottom half of the third inning. If that confuses you a little bit, it's because in the 3-game series, the traveling team is the home team in Game 2 of these series. So Cass, although we're playing at Northwest Whitfield, they are the home team here in Game 2. They won Game 1 4-1 behind a 14 strikeout performance by Dylan Williams. But they trail here as they will bat in the third inning. They trail 2-0. They will send Hunter Bennett, Chris Morton, and then the top of the order, Brandon Etheridge, to the plate here in the third. If there is a Game 3, we'll be back here at Northwest High School for Game 3, and it would be tomorrow night. First pitch would be at 6 o'clock, so our pregame will begin at 5:40 if that game occurs. If Cass can win, come back and win this one, there will not be a Game 3. Cass would be region champions if they could come back in this one. All right. Cass left fielder Hunter Bennett steps in to face Whisenant, and he looks at the ball. Bennett entered the series hitting .364 on the year, scoring 13 runs, and he has 5 RBI. Fouls that one back off the screen. Center fielder Chris Morton waits on deck. Cass Baseball, Region 7 Quad A Playoff Series, presented by Mountain Dew. Slow curveball, swung on and missed. So a 1-2 pitch now due to Bennett, and he takes a curveball low for ball 2. Colonels did a really good job against Pierce, being patient with the curveball. They've not looked quite as patient here against Whisenant. Fastball hit on the ground out to second base. Brady Middleton is there, and he throws him out for out number 1. So 1 out in the third, and that brings up center fielder Chris Morton. Morton, who came into the series hitting .265. He has scored 16 runs coming into the series with 7 RBI. Hits it on the ground on the first pitch. Short hop out there by the shortstop, and he makes a nice catch and throw for out number 2. So a really nice play out there on the short hop. Really hard surface here, but Peralta smothered it on the short hop and then throws out Morton for out number 2. So we go to the top of the order, and Brandon Etheridge. And he looks at a fastball that missed high. Etheridge struck out looking the first time. This time looks at a slow curveball that missed inside. So the count's at 2-0 as Etheridge steps back in to face Wisnett. And it's a fastball called a strike. Etheridge, who entered this series with a .410 average on the season and 15 RBI. He now has 15 stolen bases as well. Another fastball stayed up. So the count's at 3-1. And he missed inside with ball 4. So Brandon Etheridge works a walk. And that'll bring up the Colonel shortstop, Sam Ayers, with 2 outs. Ayers with a hit his first time up. Looks at a fastball up and away for ball 1. Senior shortstop digs back in. Wisnett working now from the stretch as Etheridge takes his lead down at first, and now he'll step off the rubber. And Etheridge will walk back over to the bag. .1-0 pitch now due to Ayers. Is drilled out into the left center field gap. We'll see how far Etheridge can go. He's rounding third. They're going to send him home. Ayers standing at second with a double, and the Colonels are on the board. So a line drive that went all the way to the left center field wall is a RBI double for Sam Ayers, and the Colonels are on the board as Etheridge comes all the way around and scores all the way from first. So that makes it 2-1. Chaz Wilson now will step in, the Colonel's catcher. And Sam Ayers is going to try to steal third, and he's thrown out. So on the first pitch to Wilson, Ayers tries to take third and is nailed down there by Orozco for out number 3. So we've played 3 complete innings now. Colonel's finally on the board, but after 3 innings, Northwest leads Cass 2-1. We'll go to the top of the fourth. Brandon Etheridge taking his final warm-up tosses. Took a little while for Cass catcher Chaz Wilson to get back out there. He was at the plate when Ayers was caught trying to steal third. So he's just now made his way back out. There's the final warm-up toss and the throw down to second. Cass trailing it here 2-1 as we go to the top of the fourth. 7 Quad A Region Championship Series Baseball presented by Mountain Dew on PlayOnSports.com and the GHSA.TV network. Cass won game 1, 4-1 earlier this evening, but find themselves in a 2-1 hole here as we go to the fourth. The Bruins will send Orozco, Pierce, and Terrell to the plate here in the fourth inning. Brandon Etheridge back on the mound for the Colonels. He was the starter here in game 2. Now we get a timeout as Coach Middleton wants to have a discussion with the umpire about something. And now, hopefully, we're ready to go. First pitch from Etheridge. Breaking ball in there for a strike. A.J. Orozco, the catcher, up there for the second time tonight. Flied out, popped out to the shortstop his first time. Another breaking ball in there for a strike. So the count is at 1-2. And the breaking ball has him swinging and missing for strike number 3. So that'll bring up the right fielder, Seth Pierce. He was the game 1 pitching loser, playing right field in this one. Looks at a curveball for a strike. Terrell waits on deck. Fastball from Etheridge, missed low.
You all right, Brandon? That half inch didn't hurt. You'll get it back up.
So Brandon Etheridge working quickly, throws another curveball. Swung on and missed by Pierce. Wilson blocked it up there at the plate. So Etheridge ahead in the count, 1-2. And the next one is another curveball that bounced up there again. But Pierce took it for ball 2. Two-two pitch now from Etheridge. Fouled away over the screen. So with one out, Pierce will dig back in to face Etheridge. And he swings and misses. And there's another strikeout. And that's now 7 strikeouts for Etheridge through 3 2/3. Curveball right in there again. Had Wade Terrell turning his back. Another curveball swung on and missed. So 2 quick strikes on Terrell, who struck out looking his first time. And another curveball strikes out the side. So on just 13 pitches, Brandon Etheridge makes short work of the Bruins in their half of the fourth. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Northwest 2, Cass 1.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, 'cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, we go to the bottom of the fourth. Northwest leading this one 2-1. Cast the home team in this one, game 2 of the series. They won game 1, 4-1. In case you're just joining us. Brandon Etheridge on the mound in this one for the Colonels. Andy Wisnett still on the mound. He was the starter. I apologize. They now have replaced him. We've got a substitution. That is number 2 taking his warm-up tosses. But no, that is still Wisnett. I apologize. A little confused there, so Wisnett's still in there for the Bruins. Chaz Wilson digs in for the Colonels. First pitch is inside for a ball.
Here you go. We're going around this time.
1-0 pitch now to Wilson. There's a curveball that missed outside. Apparently Wisnett's been in that jersey the whole game. He was listed as number 22, but he's wearing number 2. Fastball missed high for ball 3 to Wilson. So very quickly, we have a 3-0 count to the Colonel catcher. And the 3-0 pitch missed, and Wilson reaches on a walk, and we'll get a courtesy runner, I would imagine. It's been being Caleb Black, and it will be again. So Caleb Black will be the courtesy runner down at first base for Chaz Wilson, who just led the inning off with a walk. Dylan Williams strides to the plate for the Colonels. The game 1 pitching winner, playing first base in this one and hitting in the cleanup spot. Caleb Black taking his lead down at first, as now Wisnett will work from the stretch. And the first pitch misses high. So that's 5 straight. So you might want to make him throw a strike here. Curveball. Misses high again. He took a bunch off that one. So it's a hitter's count if you want to look at it that way, but he's missed with 6 straight. Fastball hit on the ground over the third baseman's head and into left field. That's the same thing that happened when the Bruins were hitting earlier. So it's a base hit for Dylan Williams on just a ground ball that hit out in front of home plate and sailed over the third baseman's head. So that advances Black to second as Williams reaches on the hit and brings up designated hitter Sam Russell, who squares and bunts it foul. Alex Yoslin waits on deck. Nobody out in the inning as the Colonels are trying to move those two base runners up. They trail it here 2-1 as they bat in the bottom of the fourth. Sam Russell back in there, down a strike. Squares again and takes a strike. So now he's in an 0-2 hole. So he's failed to get the bunt down on the first two pitches. And now he has to try to put it in play with nobody out here in the inning. And the curveball's hit on the ground, back up the middle, fielded by the shortstop, flip over to second. And we have no call. So the runner is safe at first. So they called the force play at second, but he's called safe at first. And now Coach Todd Middleton of the Bruins wants to come out and ask what happened with the umpire. So now we're going to get a discussion between the two umpires. And Middleton following the field umpire all the way to the discussion. As it stands right now, the Colonels with an out at second. And we're having a conversation now between the two umpires to make a decision on a play that happened down at first base. They're going to call him safe. So now runners at first and third and one out in the inning for Alex Yoslin, the Colonels' right fielder. So Russell will take his lead at first. Caleb Black, the courtesy runner for Chaz Wilson, taking his lead at third. And here's the pitch to Yoslin. Fastball popped up over the screen. Foul. Yoslin struck out swinging his first time up. Wisnant working from the stretch. Throws a curveball that's fouled away over to the Bruins dugout. Hunter Southern, the cast third baseman, waits on deck. One out in the inning. Runners on first and third. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Cast trailing by a run. Yoslin takes a curveball that missed low. So he'll step back in there and see a 1-2 pitch from Wisnant. That's fouled away over the screen. We're in game 2 of the Region Championship Series. Cass won game 1, 4-1. But they trail here, 2-1. Cass, the home team in this game, batting here in the bottom of the fourth. Breaking pitch, swung on and missed, and they throw it away down at third. But it didn't get far enough away, and Black has to stay. From our vantage point, it looked like it got by the third baseman. It hit him in the shoulder or up around his cap and stayed right there with him, so Black was not able to advance. Russell was running on the play and stole second, and the catcher, Orozco, threw it to third and almost threw it into left field. But now there's 2 outs. With Hunter Southern coming to the plate. Almost a really big mistake there by the Bruins. First curveball from Wisnett stays well high. And the next pitch is hit right back to the pitcher, who will run over and make the play himself for out number 3. So he hit it really hard, but right back at the pitcher, who ran over and tagged the bag himself. The Colonels come up with a hit but fail to score. And we'll go to the top of the 5th with the Bruins leading the Colonels 1-0. Rather, 2-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We move to the top half of the 5th inning. Cast the home team here in Game 2 of this series, being played at Northwest Whitfield High School. Colonels trail the Bruins 2-1. Cass has out hit them 4-2, but trail where it counts, 2-1, as we move to the 5th. Brandon Etheridge on the mound for the Colonels. He's gone all the way. Andy Wisnett has gone the distance for the Bruins. First hitter up here in the 5th for Northwest, Kyle Brock. First pitch is a ball. Etheridge takes his sign, working quickly, and kind of slipped there a little bit and threw ball 2. Missed low. 2-1 is right through there for a called strike at the knees. And the next one is hit up in the air, out towards center field. Chris Morton is there, makes a dive and a catch for out number 1. So Morton appeared to get a little bit of a late break on that one, but the ball stayed in the air long enough for him to make the diving catch. And there's 1 out in the inning here in the 5th. Brings up the pitcher, Andy Wisnett. And the first pitch he sees is hit on a rope out toward left field, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. So Wisnett hits it sharply into the left center field. Hunter Bennett made a dive to try to make a catch, and it got by him and went all the way to the wall for a double. So the Bruins now with a runner at second. And they're back to the top of their order. Brandon Smith takes the ball. Next pitch, right through there, called strike. So Wisnett taking his lead down at second. Etheridge now working from the stretch, and he'll step back off the rubber. Brady Middleton waits on deck. One delivery from Etheridge, and Smith offered at it in a bunting motion for strike two. The next one is fouled back over the screen, and Wisnett was running on the play. So we'll see how the Bruins play it here now. They had sent Wisnett on that last pitch, but it was fouled back over the screen. This time, Etheridge spins to see if he's staying close. No throw made. Sam Ayers trying to keep the runner close. And the curveball missed high. So the count has moved to 2-2. To the leadoff hitter for the Bruins, their center fielder, Brandon Smith. Fastball hit on the ground out towards short. Sam Ayers fields it, throws over to third, and they tag out the lead runner, Brandon Smith, for out number two. So the ground ball hit out there to Sam Ayers, and on the fielder's choice, they retire the lead runner, Wisnett. And now Smith stands at first with two outs. And Brady Middleton coming to the plate. Curveball hit on the ground again out there to Sam Ayers. He takes it in, he flips to Matt Brown at second for out number three. I thought he was going to take it himself, but at the last second, flipped it to his second baseman. And that's 3 away here in the top of the fifth. So we'll go to the bottom half of the fifth. The Colonels still trail the Bruins 2-1. We'll head to the Colonels' half of the fifth inning. They trail here 2-1 to the Northwest Bruins. We're in Game 2 of the Region Championship Series. Cass needing one more win to claim the region title for 2013. Northwest would have to win this one and win again tomorrow night in a deciding third game. So Cass trying to come from behind here. They trailed early 2-0. Northwest with a run in the top of the first and another run in the top of the third. Cass answered with a run in the bottom of the third. And that's where we stand. 2-1 as the Colonels will bat here in the bottom half of the fifth. The only other result from around the region that we know about tonight, we know that River Ridge completed the sweep of Dalton. I don't have a score on that game, but we know that River Ridge won 5-4 in 11 innings last night to win Game 1. It was so late they couldn't play Game 2, so they moved the schedule to a doubleheader tonight if needed, and River Ridge won the first game, so they swept Dalton to qualify for the state playoffs. They won't know if they're a 3 or a 4 seed until the Heritage Cedartown series is completed. Cass and Northwest here will be the 1 and 2 seeds. The winner of the 1 seed, the loser of the series, the 2 seed. So Cass trying to come from behind here, and the first pitch to Bennett is popped up in the air and caught by the third baseman, Hernandez, for out number 1. So the first pitch to Hunter Bennett was popped up in the infield for out number 1. Good play by Hernandez, coming all the way over to the mound to make the basket catch. Brings up center fielder Chris Morton, who made a good diving catch in the last inning. And Wisnett bounces one up there for a ball. Morton, the 9 hitter, so leadoff hitter Brandon Etheridge waits on deck. Next pitch to Morton is a called strike about letter high. Next one is high. So the count to Chris Morton has gone to 2-1. Two-on delivery from Wisnett. Missed high again. Ball 3. So 1 out in the inning, and Wisnett has run the count to 3-1 on Chris Morton. Wisnett takes a deep breath and now delivers a fastball in there for a strike. So the count has gone full to the Colonel's center fielder. Three-two pitch hit on the ground over the pitcher's head. It's going to be close down there at first. Flip is over the head of the first baseman, but it's an infield hit for Chris Morton. I don't believe they were going to get him anyway. Peralta made a pretty good play just to field it, but then his flip was high, but Morton reaches on the infield hit. So the Colonels are back to the top of the order now with 1 out in the inning. Brandon Etheridge will step in. He has a strikeout and a walk in his first 2 plate appearances, facing Wisnett. Wisnett now working from the stretch, comes set, and throws a slow curveball that Etheridge swings at and misses. Oh, 1 pitch now to Etheridge. Slow curveball again, missed high. So it's Chris Morton, who reached on the infield hit with 1 out in the inning, takes his lead down at first. Wisnett comes set, and his delivery to Brandon Etheridge is a fastball that missed up and away. So the Colonel's left-handed hitting but right-handed pitcher digs back in. And the 2-1 pitch is a breaking ball that bounced up there for ball 3. So now a 3-1 count to Wisnett's pitching counterpart, Brandon Etheridge. Chris Morton taking his lead at first. It's a fastball that missed high for ball 4, so now 2 are on with 1 out for Sam Ayers. Ayers 2 for 2 in this one, with a single to center field and a double to the left center field gap that drove in the Colonel's only run. So Wisnett working from his stretch. Throws a fastball that's hit back through the middle and into center field. Here comes Chris Morton. He rounds third. Throw goes to third. The sliding play. And Etheridge is called out at third. Or is he?
Oh, come on.
So now we're going to see what the call is here. But a run has scored, and they're going to call Etheridge out at third.
We'll beat you too.
So the ball came loose, but they're going to rule him out at third anyway. And on the play, Sam Ayers moved up to second. So on the base hit, Morton's able to score to tie the game, but Etheridge is nailed at third, or at least he's called out at third on that last play. And that brings up Chaz Wilson with Sam Ayers down at second. He moved up on the throw to third. First pitch to Wilson, misses low. And a curveball is in there for a called strike one. So the Colonel's senior catcher digs back in. He'll see a 1-1 pitch from Wisnett with Ayers down at second. But he won't see a pitch because Wisnett spins back toward Ayers to keep him close. So we're in the bottom of the fifth, 2 outs in the inning. The Colonels have tied it 2-2 here. 2 outs in the inning. And the 1-1 pitch to Wilson is a fastball hit off his fist over near the dugout and foul. Dylan Williams waits on deck if Wilson could reach. So a 1-2 pitch now due to the Colonel's senior catcher. And it's a breaking ball that he hit on a nose, but right at the center fielder for out number 3. A shot by Wilson, but right at the center fielder, and that'll be out number 3. But the Colonels do tie it on the RBI hit by Sam Ayers. And we go to the top of the 6th, tied at 2.
Con los terroristas.
And do the Harlem Shake.
Back at Northwest Whitfield High School, we're moving to the top of the 6th inning. Cast the home team here in Game 2. They won Game 1 4-1. They've trailed most of this one, but they've come back now with a run in the 3rd and a run in the 5th to tie it here at 2-2 as we move to the 6th inning. Brandon Etheridge, who started this one, still on the mound for the Colonels. Andy Wisnett has gone the distance thus far for the Bruins. So Sam Ayers has been the man of the hour at the plate for the Colonels tonight with 3 hits, and he has driven in both runs. Brandon Etheridge has been tough on the mound for the Colonels with 8 strikeouts. Okay, the Bruins will send their 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate here in the 6th. First pitch is a curveball hit out there towards Sam Ayers, and he can't come up with it cleanly. So it's an infield hit as the Bruins are off to a good start here in the 6th. So Edwin Hernandez, the third baseman, will step in. Nobody out and a runner down at first. Peralta reaching on that infield hit. We've seen quite a few infield hits at this facility. The infield surface is very firm. Fastball from Etheridge got away from him, but Wilson blocked it to make Peralta remain at first. Etheridge working from the stretch. Fastball missed low. Two to two. We're in the top of the sixth. Game 2 of a 3-game best of 3 anyway. Next one is fisted foul over the Cass dugout. Best of 3 series for the region championship. Cass won game 1, 4-1. We're tied here at 2 apiece in game 2. Throw over to first, but Peralta's back in safely. And now a 2-1 delivery from Etheridge, missed low. They want to know if he offered, but the umpire says no. So now a 3-1 pitch is fouled back over the screen. Meat of the Northwest order up here in the top of the sixth. Peralta, who reached on that infield hit. Now Hernandez, the cleanup hitter, and then the catcher Orozco is next. Fastball fouled over the first base dugout side again. So the count remains full at 3-2. Etheridge set, and it's a ground ball hit out there to Sam Ayers. Flip to Brown at second. Long throw over, and not in time as they tried to turn the double play. But just a little late down at first. But they do get the lead runner at second. So 1 out in the inning, and that brings up the catcher, A.J. Orozco. Cass with 7 hits in this one, Northwest with 3. We're tied at 2 where it counts. First pitch to Orozco, missed low and away. Orozco 0 for 2 in this one. With Etheridge coming set. Throws a fastball that missed low for ball 2. So Dylan Williams holding the runner down at first. The next pitch is hit high in the air out towards center field. Chris Morton backs up to begin with, now gets underneath it, makes the catch, and there's out number 2. So 2 away now, and it brings up the right fielder, Seth Pierce. Pierce 0 for 2 in this one. First pitch from Etheridge hit on the ground out to Sam Ayers. He'll take it himself, and there's out number 3. So a good sharp ground ball, but hit right to Sam Ayers, who stepped on the bag himself. So the Bruins come up with a hit in the inning, but leave a runner at first. And we'll go to the bottom of the 6th, tied 2-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We'll move to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Andy Wisnett, who was the Bruins starter, back on the mound. We're tied at 2. Cass leads in the hit department 7-4. But we're tied where it counts, 2-2. Cass will send their 4, 5, and 6 hitters to the plate this inning. Dylan Williams, Sam Russell, and Alex Yoslin to face Andy Wisnett. Wisnett has walked 3, struck out 5 in this one.
All right, Dylan, watch his arm. Get a hit, be the winning run.
Game 2 of the Region Championship Series between Cass and Northwest Whitfield. Northwest trying to extend the series. Cass, with a Game 1 win, could claim the region title if they could come back and win this one. They trailed early 2-0. Northwest with runs in the top of the 1st and top of the 3rd to take a 2-0 lead. Cass on an RBI hit by double by Sam Ayers, plated a run in the 3rd, and then an RBI single by Ayers tied it in the 5th. So we're tied at 2 as the Colonels hit in their half of the 6th inning. First pitch hit hard on the ground and missed, bobbled by Middleton, and he's hobbling a little bit as that one jumped up and bit him a little bit. And that's an error.
Let's go, AJ. Let's go.
Let's go, AJ. Let's go.
So Dylan Williams stands down at first. The potential go-ahead run. Nobody out in the inning, and Sam Russell comes to the plate. Russell squares, bunts it, and it's foul off his leg. So Russell, who's been up in this situation before and failed to get the bunt down, now behind in the count, 0-1. Up there again with a chance to move the runner up into scoring position. Alex Yoslin waits on deck. Russell squares again, takes a curveball that missed for a ball. So the count's at 1-1. Nobody out, runner down at first. Dylan Williams takes his lead. Russell squares again, and the pitch missed low. So with Wisnett working from the stretch, a 2-1 delivery due to the Cass DH, and he offers at a bunt and fouled it away. So now a 2-2 pitch coming up to Sam Russell. Williams again taking his lead down at first. Wisnett working from the stretch, comes set. And he takes a curveball called strike 3. So now one out in the inning. and Alex Yoslin at the plate. Yoslin 0 for 2 in this one. Looks at a curveball that missed low and away. Yoslin has struck out in both plate appearances. Looks at a fastball, called a strike at the knees over the outside corner. So a 1-1 pitch now due to Yoslin, and he hits it on the ground right back to the pitcher who threw it to second for the out, but then they throw it away at first, but now they've got Yoslin hung up. He thought the throw had really gotten away, but the catcher was there to back it up and threw him out trying to extend it to second. So it ends up being a double play. So Dylan Williams is retired at second on the force play. And then Yoslin, who rounded first after the throw to first went high, is caught trying to advance to second after the catcher backed up the play. So we're going to go to the top of the seventh, still tied, 2-2. Well, it's been a close one. Been close all night. Cass won the first game 4-1. We're tied here 2-2 going to the seventh inning. Brandon Etheridge returns to the mound for the Colonels. He has gone the distance. Due up for the Bruins, there's 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Wade Terrell, Brock, and Wisnett. Curveball hit up in the air, out toward center field. Chris Morton chasing it. Alex Yoslin chasing it. And Yoslin cuts in front and makes the catch for out number one. So a good play out there by Yoslin for the first out of the seventh inning. Kyle Brock, the first baseman, steps in. And he started to swing, and they say no for ball one. Next pitch, right through there, strike at the knees. So the count's at 1-1. Another fastball blew right by him. So Etheridge is ahead 1-2. Another fastball that missed low. So a 2-2 pitch now upcoming from the Cass junior right-hander. Curveball, beauty for strike number 3. Just froze the hitter, Brock. And it was right down the middle. So that'll bring up Andy Wisnett with 2 outs. And he looks at a fastball for a strike. Wisnett 2 for 2 in this one. A single in his first trip and a double in his second at bat, but this time he swings and misses for strike number 2.
Hey, sit him down right here. Give him a seat.
Go, Brandon.
So Wisnett has been a thorn in the side of Etheridge. And that one's called a ball, and almost the entire infield ran off the field. And the Colonel faithful on this near side thought that was a strike also. 1-2 pitch now from Etheridge. Curveball hit out there to Matt Brown. He bobbles it a bit, now throws to first, and there is out number 3. So a quick 1-2-3 for Brandon Etheridge in the top of the 7th. The Colonels will come to the plate for the bottom half of the 7th. We're tied 2-2.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Cass batting in the bottom half of the innings here in Game 2. They are the home team in Game 2 of this series. Although Northwest, the host team for the entire series in this format, the host team is the home team in Game 1, the traveling team, the home team in Game 2, and then a coin toss if Game 3 is necessary. If there is a Game 3, it will mean that Northwest will have to win it in extra innings. Cass with a chance still to win it in regulation as they will bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Wisnett has gone the distance for the Bruins. He's yielded 6 hits and a couple of runs, neither of them earned, 3 walks and 6 strikeouts. Okay, the Colonels will send the bottom of the order, 7, 8, and 9 hitters, Hunter Southern, Hunter Bennett, and Chris Morton to the plate here in the bottom of the 7th to try to solve this Andy Wisnett puzzle as he's restricted the Colonels to only 2 runs here tonight in Game 2. First pitch missed outside for ball 1. 1-0 delivery, fouled back over the screen.
Line drive it, Hunter, line drive it. Right over second base.
Southern struck out his first time, grounded out to the pitcher in his second trip to the plate. Faces a 1-1 pitch here from Wisnett. Breaking ball that's fouled off. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now to the Cass third baseman. Southern digs back in. Slow breaking ball, chopped back to the pitcher. And this is a couple of times he's done that. He doesn't risk a throw. He just runs over there and does it himself. And there's out number 1. So 1 out in the inning, and it brings up the Cass left fielder, Hunter Bennett. Bennett grounded out to second and popped out to the third baseman in his 2 trips. And he looks at a strike at the letters. 0-1 pitch now to Bennett. Breaking ball fouled off at the plate. Chris Morton, the Cass center fielder, and number 9 hitter in the order, waits on deck. We're tied 2-2 as the Colonels bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Fastball missed high as they try to get him to chase the high cheese. So now a 1-2 pitch to Hunter Bennett is fouled off at the plate. Big crowd still here, although now the temperatures have dropped down into probably the high 50s. Chilly night. Close ball game. And they ring up Hunter Bennett with a called strike 3. So now 2 down, and it brings up center fielder Chris Morton. He's grounded out to the shortstop and has an infield hit that bounced up over the pitcher's head in his last trip. Breaking ball missed high. Brandon Etheridge waits on deck. And Morton just ripped it into left field for a base hit. So he caught a high fastball and turned on it and drove it into left field for a base hit. The Colonel's 7th hit of the night. Brings up Brandon Etheridge, the leadoff hitter, with Morton taking his lead down at first. Wisnett working from the stretch. Bounced it up there for ball 1. I'm sure as hot as Sam Ayers has been, the Colonels would love to get Etheridge on and give Ayers a chance to win this thing. 1-0 pitch, missed high. Morton takes his lead at first. Wisnett looks in for his sign, working from the stretch. His 2-0 pitch to Etheridge. Missed inside for ball 3. So a 3-0 pitch now due to the Cass pitcher in this one. He's gone the distance. And a big at bat here. And the automatic is right through there for a called strike at the knees. So now a 3-1 pitch is due to the Cass pitcher. And it's a breaking ball called a strike. So the count's gone full to Brandon Etheridge. So that will help in some degree because Morton now will be able to take off on the pitch. Morton takes his lead from first. He's off and running. Etheridge hits it on the ground. Out to first. The first baseman, Brock, dives on it, smothers it, steps on the bag, and retires the side. So we're going to go to extra innings in game 2. Cass 2, Northwest 2 as we go to the 8th. Free baseball tonight. If you've not had enough already, Cass won game one 4-1. They've worked their way back to tie this one 2-2, but unable to scratch out a run there in the bottom of the seventh. So we'll go to the 8th inning, and Etheridge has returned to the mound once again. So he'll take this one into the 8th, and the first pitch he throws is a strike. Top of the order now for Northwest Whitfield. Brandon Smith, the center fielder, leading it off, and he looks at a curveball for strike 2. Smith 0 for 2. He's walked, struck out, and reached on a fielder's choice, and he just lined it back up through the middle for a base hit. So Smith reaches to lead off the 8th, and he brings up second baseman Brady Middleton in probably a bunt situation. We'll see how the Bruins play it, but you would think he would be bunting here. First pitch, curveball, called a ball. Next pitch, bunted on the ground. Etheridge gets over there, fields it, takes it himself, steps on the bag, but the sacrifice is successful from Brady Middleton. So the batter's out on the sacrifice bunt, but Smith moves up to second now with one out, and it brings up Diego Peralta, the shortstop, who is 1 for 2 on the night. He lined out to short, walked, and singled on an infield hit. And he bats here with a runner in scoring position. Etheridge working from the stretch. And it's hit right back to Etheridge. He'll throw to third, and they retire the lead runner on a big play. A one-hopper back to Brandon Etheridge, and he's able to pick off the lead runner trying to advance to third. How about that? Hard ground ball hit right back to Brandon Etheridge on one hop. He throws to Hunter Southern to retire Smith at third. And now Peralta is on at first base with 2 outs in the inning. And the first pitch is hit in the air out toward Matt Brown on a little soft pop-up, and he makes the catch to retire Hernandez. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Okay, folks, we apologize. I can't think of a worse time for our system to fail on us, but we do have it back up and going again. We hope you stayed with us. We're in the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs in the inning, an 0-2 count now to Sam Russell. Dylan Williams is taking a lead down at first. He did hit a single just a moment ago, but there are 2 outs in the inning. Curveball hit on the ground out toward Brady Middleton. He fields it, throws over to first, and that's out number 3. So we will go to the 9th inning. We'll keep it here because all of our graphics and all of our other items have crashed on us, and we do apologize for that, but hopefully you were able to stay with us while we tried to scramble and get everything back up. We're tied at 2 as we will go here to the 9th inning. So bear with us, folks, as we get things back up on the screen for you. Not exactly sure what happened there, but we did lose our picture. We lost our graphics. We lost everything. And we're trying to get all of that resolved for you, but we'll move to the top of the 9th. Brandon Etheridge, who started for the Colonels, is staying in there on the mound. Andy Wisnett, who started for the Bruins, has stayed in there as well. So the Bruins will send A.J. Orozco, the catcher, Seth Pierce, the right fielder, and Terrell to the plate here. There's 5, 6, and 7 hitters here in the 9th. First pitch from Etheridge misses low. Next one from Etheridge missed outside. 2-0 pitch from Etheridge, fouled back over the screen. So the count is at 2-1. Swing and a miss. So there's strike 2. And the next one missed outside. Next pitch is popped straight up in the air. Sam Ayers is calling for it. It's very high. Stays underneath it, and he missed it. It got above the lights, and Sam Ayers struggled with that one and failed to make the catch. So Orozco reaches on the error. And that brings up Pierce with nobody out in the inning. Curveball from Etheridge is in there. Throw over to first to chase back the runner. But Orozco's back in there. So Etheridge working from the stretch. delivers the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed by Pierce for strike number 2. So we're slowly but surely getting the graphics built back for you. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike number 3 for out number 1. First pitch in there. This is Terrell, Wade Terrell. The silence that's in there is me trying to work on getting the graphics back for you folks. But now an 0-1 pitch is due to Terrell from Etheridge. He squares the bunt, pops it up against the screen for strike number 2 on the foul ball. So the 0-2 delivery now is a curveball that bounced up there. Wilson has to chase it down, and that allows Orozco to move up a base. So the count has gone to 1-2, and now Orozco is in scoring position with 1 out here in the 9th. 1-2 delivery from Etheridge. Popped over the screen, foul. So we'll see another 1-2 pitch from Etheridge to Wade Terrell. Missed outside and low. So the count's gone to 2-2 to the Bruins left fielder. Runner down, now down at second. And he swings and misses for strike 3 and out number 2. So 2 away now. And it brings up the first baseman, Brock. And he takes a breaking pitch high for ball 1. Our apologies. We lost our video feed and lost all of our graphics back in the 8th inning. Hope you stayed with us. If you're watching this, you did. So we appreciate it. We're in the top of the 9th with the Bruins batting. We're still tied 2-2. Two outs in the top of the 9th with a runner down at second. Kyle Brock at the plate for the Bruins. And the 2-0 pitch is fouled back over the screen. Next pitch from Etheridge right through there for called strike 2. So we're due a 2-2 pitch now to Kyle Brock, and he hits it off his fist. A little pop-up to Etheridge for out number 3. And the Bruins are retired here in the top of the 9th. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Still tied 2-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, It's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
We're in Game 2 of the Region 7 Quad A Championship Series. Cass won Game 1, 4-1. A win here would win the Region Championship. A Northwest win extends the series to a Game 3 tomorrow night, scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. But let's just end it here tonight. We're in the bottom of the ninth. And leading off for the Colonels, right fielder Alex Yoslin. First pitch from Wisnitz right through there. Breaking ball. Called a strike. Both of these Bruins pitchers have relied heavily on the breaking pitch. That one only made it about 55 feet and bounced up there for ball one. Yoslin 0 for 3 in this one. Hits it down the third base line, but foul. So he'll have to make his way back to the plate. Hernandez went through with the play, as he should. But it was clearly foul. We're situated here from our broadcast position right down the third base line. We're looking directly down the third base line, so clearly foul. So now a 1-2 pitch to Alex Yoslin. Breaking ball, hit on the ground, out toward third. Fielded out there, and the throw is over the head of the first baseman. So Yoslin will reach on the mistake. So that will bring up Hunter Southern, the Cass third baseman, looking for his first hit in this one as well. 0 for 3. Struck out swinging in his first appearance and has grounded out twice to the pitcher. So Yoslin takes his lead at first. Southern squares as if to bunt, but takes it high for a ball. So the Colonels looking for a way to try to scratch out a run here in the bottom of the ninth. They have a runner on with nobody out. Trying to figure out a way to get one in and claim this region championship. That bunt is popped up in the air and foul. So the count now at 1-1. So now that the Colonels have seen how the Bruins will play the bunt, we'll see if they keep the bunt play on. Wisnett comes set. Southern squares. Pushes at a bunt, but fouls it off at the plate. And the Colonels continue to struggle to get the bunt down. So a timeout there as they get some more baseballs. We're late in the evening and there's moisture on the ground, so working with the baseballs. Southern's back in the box. Wisnett comes set, and the 1-2 delivery is bunted out in front of the plate, and it's a good one. Catcher fields and throws out the batter Southern at first, but the sacrifice is successful, and it moves Yoslin into scoring position now with one out. So Yoslin's down at second base, and it brings up Hunter Bennett, the Colonel's left fielder, with one out to face Wisnett. We're in the bottom of the ninth, game 2 of the Region Championship Series, tied at 2. And the first pitch is hit on the nose into center field. Here comes Yoslin. No, he's going to hold at third. They're going to hold him at third. So he came around third in a hurry, but Coach Williams held him up at third base. So Hunter Bennett with a base hit into center field. And now the Colonels have runners at the corners with one out. And it brings up Chris Morton. But before we see Morton, we're going to get a visit to the mound by Northwest coach Todd Middleton, and he's going to call in the entire infield to talk about this one. And while he does, Coach Adam Williams is going to call over his on-deck hitter and his 2 base runners to discuss matters with them as well. One out in the inning. Cass has a base runner 90 feet away from a region championship in Alex Yoslin. Hunter Bennett will be the Cass base runner at first. So I'm sure lots of things for Coach Middleton to talk about there with his infield. He wants to make sure that his infield knows how they want to handle the first and third situation. And he also wanted to have a word with his pitcher, Andy Wisnett, who's gone the entire way, working here with one out in the ninth. Here's Chris Morton, the Cass sophomore outfielder. And the first pitch is at the feet of the catcher, bounced up there, and they concede second base to Bennett, and he takes it. So there's ball 1. So now, would they dare walk Morton to load the bases and set up the force plays? But that would mean going back to the top of the order and Brandon Etheridge. Next curveball to Morton is called a strike over the outside edge. So Cass with a base runner 90 feet away from a region championship. Their center fielder at the plate, Chris Morton. And he's going to try to squeeze, and they've negated the squeeze. They tried the squeeze play, and the Bruins smelled it out, and they tagged out Alex Yoslin, who was coming to the plate. Morton failed to get the bunt down. The pitch was very low. Would have been a tough pitch to bunt, but Morton missed it, and they tagged out Yoslin coming to the plate. So now there's 2 outs. Bennett did move up to third on the play. Now the next pitch to Morton misses high. So the count has gone to 3-1 is how they have it. Or is it 2-2? 2-2. So everyone making sure of the count there, but it is at 2-2. 2 outs in the inning. A runner now at third. And that one missed high for ball 3. So a 3-2 payoff pitch due to the Cass center fielder, Chris Morton. Wisnet's pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, and we're going to go to the 10th inning. And so we've played 9, and we're tied 2-2. Okay, we're going to the top of the 10th inning. And the Colonels are going to send Brandon Etheridge back out there again to work in the 10th. We're tied 2-2. Game 2 of the 7 Quad A Region Championship Series. Cass and Northwest Whitfield. Cass, with a victory, would win the region championship. If Northwest wins, there will be a Game 3 tomorrow night. Cass won Game 1, 4-1 earlier this evening. Northwest will send Wisnet, the number 9 hitter, to the plate, and then the top of the order, Smith and Middleton, here in the 10th. First pitch from Etheridge, breaking ball that missed high. Next one missed high as well, ball 2. So a 2-0 pitch now, right through there, called strike. Etheridge continues to work quickly, and he blew that one right by him for strike number 2. Two-two delivery now, hit him on the elbow. So that brings up the top of the order, Brandon Smith. 1 for 3 in this one. He's walked, struck out, reached on a fielder's choice, and singled to center field his last time up. Runner down at first now with nobody out. Etheridge working from the stretch, and the bunt was offered for strike number 1. Next one is a bunt attempt again and fouled off at the plate. And our equipment has a little buzz in it again, so I hope it's going to stay with us because this has been exciting. Etheridge steps back off the rubber. So now Etheridge comes set, throws over to Dylan Williams, holding the runner over there, but the runner Wisnet is back easily. And here's the 0-2 pitch that sailed high for a ball. Wisn't down at first. He was hit by a pitch. Nobody out in the inning. We're in the top of the 10th. Breaking ball hit in the air down toward the right field corner, but foul. Just foul down in the right field corner. So Smith hit that one a long way. Late swinging down the first base line, down in the right field corner, but it did twist foul. And the count remains 1-2. Throw over again to chase back Wisnett. Middleton waits on deck for the Bruins. Next one is swung on and missed. There's another strikeout for Brandon Etheridge. Brings up Brady Middleton. Etheridge now with 12 strikeouts in this one. So now one out in the inning, and it brings up the Bruins' second baseman. And he hits a ball up in the air out toward shallow center field. Sam Ayers is back there, makes the catch, and there's two out in the inning. So Matt Brown, Chris Morton, and Sam Ayers all converging out there, and Ayers comes up with the catch for out number 2. So now the shortstop, Diego Peralta, will step in with 2 outs in the inning. Wisnett taking his lead down at first. Curveball, bounces up there, but Wilson blocked it. Top of the 10th. Playoff baseball presented by Mountain Dew. Cass and Northwest tied at 2 in the 10th, and there's a line drive hit out toward right field. It's going to be in for a hit. Long throw over to third, and they call him safe. They call him safe, and the Colonels tossed the ball away. Or did they call him out? We had one umpire to call him out, another umpire to call him safe. We had 2 different umpires to make 2 different calls. The Colonels have run off the field because one umpire called him out, and the other umpire has run in and called him safe. This is unbelievable. We just had one umpire to call him out and the other umpire to call him safe on the same play down at third. And it scared me for a moment because the Colonels saw the out call and they ran off the field. And now we just wait the drama to see what they call down here. Unbelievable. So now they're going to bring the coaches back over. One called him out, one called him safe. So now we're waiting for the decision here. Now Middleton's walking away like he's not happy about it. So this is unbelievable. An unbelievable situation here, and it's going to be huge whichever way it goes for either team. One umpire called him out. One umpire called him safe on the same play at third. And now Coach Middleton of Northwest seems satisfied, and so it looks like it's going to go against the Colonels here. Incredible. I don't know how you do that. Either you saw him out or you saw him safe. So if you saw him out, there's got to be an out. So this could last a long time, but it appears that they're going to go with the safe call. Because Coach Williams is still in the argument, and Coach Middleton has stepped away as though he's satisfied with what they're going to call. So an unbelievable situation here. They're gonna rule the runner safe at third. So now the discussion continues at home plate. There's 2 outs in the inning. And this is a highly unusual circumstance. So one guy caught him out. The other guy caught him safe. This has got to be really embarrassing for this umpire crew. But now Northwest has runners at first and third. With 2 outs in the inning. So now we got to wait on the Colonels to get back out on the field. And this will be talked about. However this turns out, this will be talked about for a very long time. Score is still tied, 2-2. There's 2 outs in the inning. The Colonels thought they had the third out. They ran off the field. The umpire had pumped him out at third, but the other umpire came running in there signaling safe and overruled him. So now the umpire, not happy with the heckling he's receiving from outside the fence, has talked to security. And now we're going to try to play some more baseball. So that with the long delay, they're going to let Etheridge throw a few pitches here. To make sure he's still loose. And just to make sure he's loose on a cold night, but he's pitching in the 10th inning. So now that brings up Edwin Hernandez. We're still just in the top of the 10th. The Colonels will bat in the bottom of the half no matter what happens here. Etheridge fakes toward third to see if the runner was moving. Nothing's happening. So his pitch to Hernandez is hit high in the air, deep to left field. Bennett is back there and can't make the catch. It gets away from him. 1 run has scored. 2 runs will score. Relay throw coming in. They're going to hold the runner up at third, and 2 runs score after that disastrous call down at third. So the deep fly ball triple drives in 2 runs, and Northwest takes advantage of that bizarre play down at third base to take a 4-2 lead here in the top of the 10th. And now Coach Williams wants to go out and check on his left fielder who battled the fence on that play. So the Bruins now have taken a 2-run lead here in the 10th. Still 2 outs in the inning and a runner at third. So a lot of upset Cass supporters over here on this near side, as lots of things have gone against them here in the 10th inning. So now A.J. Orozco will step in, the Bruins catcher, with a runner at third and 2 outs. And all of this extended from a play down at third when the Colonels ran off the field watching the umpire pump him out at third. but that umpire was overruled later. First pitch is a called strike on a breaking ball. Curveball missed high. So now the Colonels have to compose themselves and give themselves a shot in the bottom of the 10th. Fastball, called strike. So the count now at 1-2 to Orozco. And he hits a ground ball out towards short. Ayers fields it, throws across. The tag on the play, and there's out number 3. So the Colonels get out of the inning, but not before Northwest comes up with 2 runs after a bizarre overruling of an out call at third. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Northwest leads Cass 4-2.
Now when the sun come up, I'll be there to say what up in the morning. Perfectly at peace, so I move along a bit higher. I'll be up a bit away, cause they gon' judge me anyway. So whatever, I'll be up a bit away.
Crack open a can of new Kickstart by Mountain Dew. The perfect mix of dew, real fruit juice, and just the right amount of kick. Kickstart your day.
Okay, we go to the bottom of the 10th. Colonels with one last chance. What a half inning. With a runner at first, a base hit into right field. Alex Yoslin comes up with it. The runner trying to advance to third. Long throw across, bang, bang, tag play at third. One umpire pumped him out for out number 3 to end the inning, and the Colonels get out of it in a 2-2 tie. The other umpire came running up the line and overruled him. So we'll be talking about this one for a long, long time, because that would have ended the inning, and the Colonels would have come to the bottom of the 10th in a 2-2 tie. Instead, the next batter hit a deep fly ball off the wall in left field. And Northwest ended up with a 4-2 lead as we go here to the 10th, bottom of the 10th. Last chance for the Colonels, down by 2. Top of the order, and Brandon Etheridge at the plate. So now the umpire has said something about Brandon Etheridge, and he's talking to Coach Williams. And now, have they ejected Etheridge? I'm not sure what they've done here. So now we've got a long discussion at the plate, and this is the same umpire that overruled the other umpire on the out call at third. So he is having a horrible night, and they're trying to get Etheridge back away from the circle. Brandon, back away! So now we've got the long discussion here. There was chatter going on apparently between Etheridge and the catcher, and the umpire stepped up there in the box. So I don't know what this could be about now. So this has really turned into an ugly situation. And now what are they going to do? They're sending Brandon Etheridge to the dugout. So I'm not sure what this is about. And the discussion continues. So I'm sorry, folks, I have no way of knowing what's going on down there. This all started on a double call down at third base where one umpire called a Northwest runner out and the other called him safe. And the safe ruling was overruling the Colonels. And now apparently they have sent Brandon Etheridge back to the dugout. So I'm sure there will be some phone calls made tonight to lots of places about how this has gone down. It has been bizarre, to say the least. So now I'm not sure what we're waiting for. So now there's a continued discussion. And I'm not sure what we're waiting for. I don't know if we're waiting for a batter to come to the plate, a substitution, and now Coach Todd Middleton of Northwest has joined the discussion. So I still have no idea what's about to happen. Austin Gore has grabbed a bat. It looks like he will be coming to the plate to hit. So I have never seen anything like this. I have no idea what's going on. So we'll just continue to wait and see what happens here. Now the two umpires are talking, and it looks like Austin Gore will be a pinch hitter for Brandon Etheridge. And I don't know if there was an ejection or if they just restricted him to the dugout. I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. We got no indication over here. So now Austin Gore will step in. In a pinch hitting situation. And the first pitch is a called strike at the knees. Next pitch to Gore, missed high for ball one. So now a 1-1 pitch to Gore is hit out into right field, fielded out there by the right fielder, and Gore reaches on a base hit.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, he's safe. We had to check with both umpires.
So that'll bring up Sam Ayers, the shortstop. Nobody out here as the Colonels bat in the bottom of the 10th. Gore taking his lead down at first. Wisnett working from the stretch. And Gore hits it on a rope right at the center fielder for out number one. So a line drive rope hit right at Brandon Smith for the first out of the inning, and it brings up the catcher Chaz Wilson with one out now. So Wilson, the senior catcher, digs in and swings and misses at a changeup So Wisnett working from the stretch, looks in and takes his sign. Gore takes his lead at first. And the pitch to Wilson misses outside. Wilson 0 for 3 in this one with a walk, a strikeout, a line out, and a fly out. He popped that one foul over the screen. So the count has gone to 1-2. Wilson digs back in. And the breaking ball missed outside. So a 2-2 pitch now due to the Colonel catcher. And he swings and misses at a curveball for strike 3. So 2 down in the 10th. And the Colonels send Dylan Williams to the plate, but we're going to get a timeout as Northwest head coach Todd Middleton will make his way out to talk to his pitcher. So the Colonels are down to their final out here in the 10th. On a bizarre play down at third base where one umpire called him out, another umpire overruled it. Colonels had already run off the field. And the next batter hit it off the left field wall, and Northwest has taken a 4-2 lead here to the 10th. Dylan Williams digs in now with 2 down. Looks at a pitch high for a ball. Wisnett comes set, delivers outside, ball 2. So now a 2-0 pitch due to Williams. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. So Wisnett working from the stretch, takes his sign, comes set, and his 2-1 delivery, swung on and missed, strike 2. So the Colonels now down to their last strike in game 2. They won game 1, 4-1. They trail here 4-2. Trying to stay alive in the bottom of the 10th. Breaking ball down low. So the count goes full now. To the Cass winning pitcher in game 1, playing first base here in game 2. So the playoff pitch popped up over the right side. Second baseman Middleton, first baseman Brock chasing it down. There's out number 3. And the Bruins have extended the series. There will be a game 3 tomorrow night. Back here at 6 o'clock, we will have pregame on the Play On Sports Network at 5:40 for your pregame show. That pop fly ends the inning, so we'll take a break and we'll be back to wrap things up here in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you got anything from me, it's to find your thing and do you. Because we all know it's not what you do, it's how you do. And this is how we do.
Well, the Colonels out hit the Bruins 10-6, but the Bruins take care of business where it counts and win it 4-2 in 10 innings here tonight to extend this to a third game tomorrow night back here at Northwest Whitfield. A bizarre ending to this one as a bang-bang play at third base where one umpire called the third out of the inning. Colonels rolled the ball to the mound, ran off the field, and then find out that the other umpire had overruled the play, called him safe. And I don't know why any of the runners didn't advance on the play, but they saw the same out call that everyone else did. But after a long discussion, they ruled the runner safe, and then after that, a long ball to left field plated 2 runs, and it ended up being the winning runs for the Bruins as they win it here tonight 4-2. Cass unable to score in their half of the 10th. So they dropped this one to the Bruins in game 2, 4-2. They won game 1, 4-1. So the third and deciding game will be tomorrow night back here for a 5:40 pregame, 6 p.m. first pitch. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for game 3.